Well, I've got 7 o'clock, so we go ahead and start our meeting. Lauren, do we have everyone present here?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let's start. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for City Council meeting Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. Ms. Burgess, if you kindly give us a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Councilmember Sparks.
Here.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Ford. Mayor Moore, I'll come back to him. I just saw him. And Vice Mayor Landman.
Here.
Mayor Moore.
Present. I don't know if Councilmember Ford lost his connection.
He may have. I will let you know when he rejoins.
Oh, terrific. So in the meantime, we will go ahead and start off with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as we wait to see if Councilmember Ford can join us, I'd like to just take a moment of silence in recognition of all of the turmoil and things that are going on these days and the assaults on the AA PI community and all the various things that are going on. So we could just take a moment and take a breather before we delve into our civic duties. Thank you all very much. Anything new on Councilmember Ford yet?
Not quite yet. We'll reach out to him.
Not quite. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this point, I would be looking for the approval of the minutes and notice of waiving of all resolutions and ordinance introduced, waiving a reading of all resolutions and ordinance introduced and or adopted under this agenda for March 23rd, 2021.
Move to approve. Councilmember Harvey.
This is Vice Mayor Landman. I will second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, would you conduct a roll call?
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
I will take Councilmember Ford as absent and Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Burgess. And I will go on to the announcements now, and that might buy a little bit of time if there is just technical difficulties. So for those that have not attended the meeting or maybe viewing it for the first time via Zoom, the announcements and meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens business item, which is a designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The City Council may or may not choose to respond to comments as the government code allows. However, if the City Council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements that the City Council or its members believe are incorrect, misinformed, or purposefully biased. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Yay, Measure S. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up at nixle.com or by texting your zip code 94931 to 888-777. It's our top priority to provide you with prompt and comprehensive customer service, and we continue to offer all city services. However, in the interest of public health, City Hall is currently closed to walk-in traffic due to the current health officer order. During this time, our services have temporarily transitioned to phone and web-based, as well as appointment by request. Staff continues to be available to answer your questions 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Like always, we love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. So with that, we will move on to our proclamations.
Mayor Moore, I was able to rejoin after my internet went down. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. I'm glad you were able to get back on. I'm not going to ask you who your carrier is at this point, but that's okay. Now we'll move on to our proclamations. First is proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati recognizing April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I will go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has a profound and lasting impact on every community member of Sonoma County, and whereas Verity, Sonoma County's Rape Crisis, Trauma, and Healing Center, continues their work with survivors in Sonoma County, and whereas national research indicates that 1 in 5 women will be raped at some point in their lifetime, and nearly half of all women will experience some form of sexual violence. And whereas 1 in 17 men will be raped at some point in their lifetime, and 1 in 5 men will experience some form of sexual violence. And whereas young people are at a greater risk of sexual violence, and youth aged 12 to 17 are 2.5 times more likely to be raped, sexually assaulted, or sexually than their adult counterparts. And whereas disabled people, people of color, queer people, homeless people, transgender people, undocumented people, youth in foster care, and people of other marginalized identities are even more likely to be victimized by sexual violence. And whereas over 18,000 members of the military and over 80,000 people who are incarcerated experience sexual violence every year. And whereas with leadership, dedication, and encouragement, there is evidence that we can be successful in preventing sexual violence in the city of Cotati through increased education, awareness, and community involvement. And whereas the city of Cotati strongly supports the efforts of Verity and encourages every resident to actively engage in public and private efforts to end sexual violence, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, how to help survivors of all backgrounds connect with crucial counseling and other support services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address sexual violence. Therefore, be it resolved, the City of Cotati reaffirms its commitment to address the issues of rape and sexual violence by remembering victims, believing and supporting survivors, holding perpetrators accountable for their actions, and challenging societal myths and behaviors that perpetuate sexual violence in our community. And be it further resolved that, along with the United States government and state of California, the City of Cotati designates the month of April 2021 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. It is such a topical issue at the moment because of all the things that are going on in the county and with some former elected officials and current elected officials, it is appropriate that we readdress this, and there's nothing lost on the fact that it is Sexual Violence Awareness Month. I don't know if we have any comments by the existing council members, or if we have anyone present from Verity that would like to speak on that.
Mayor Moore, we do have Christine Castillo from Verity.
At this time, I would welcome any public comment on that.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm Chris Castillo. I'm the Executive Director of Verity, and I have been having the honor of serving in this capacity for the past 14 years. We've worked closely with the Cotati Police Department and with Chief Parrish when situations arise in Cotati. And yes, it's a very difficult time for our communities right now. And I think that the important thing is that we all take the time to educate ourselves, to use the services of Verity, to call our crisis line if people are being re-traumatized or traumatized by this, or memories are coming up from any event that may have happened in their lives. Our crisis line is 707-545-7273, and everything is confidential. So we are here to support our communities. We have been so since 1974. So we're a longstanding organization. We are the sole Rape Crisis Trauma and Healing Center. And it is truly an honor for me to serve in this role. And we have an amazing team that are here to support all the members of our community in whatever their needs may be. So thank you so much for taking the time to read the proclamation, because I think it's an important proclamation to read and for people to think about, not only now, but always, because sexual assault, sexual violence, human trafficking happens all the time. And as much as we can do to begin to have the conversations about awareness and how we can change behaviors of perpetrators and end sexual violence, put us all out of work, which is we would like to do, then that's what we hope that we can do. And we were always available for you should you need anything. So if anybody has any questions of me, please feel free to ask.
Chris, thank you so much for that. Thank you for your efforts and with Verity and the support that you lend to the community, and especially those that are victims of such horrific numbers. It's just, to me, it's just shocking. But at this moment, it just doesn't really seem to be getting any better until we get a much greater educational component out there. So thank you so much. I don't know if there are any other public comment on this particular proclamation.
At this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you, and I'll bring it back to the City Council if there's anything they'd like to add to that. And I am not seeing any hands on that. Christine, thank you so much for presenting that tonight, and continued success in your needed efforts. Thank you so much. Okay, next we'll move on to another proclamation that we have regarding the National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. And I will go ahead and read this proclamation because this is an integral part of our policing community. Proclamation of the City Council of City of Cotati recognizing April 8th through April 17th, 2021 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Cotati Police Department Communications Center. And whereas public safety telecommunications are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunications communicators of the Cotati Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during their performance of their job in the past year. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cotati declares the week of April 11th through 17th, 2021 to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Cotati in honor of the women and men whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. That's a well-deserved proclamation for a job that I'm sure is definitely not an easy task. With this, I'm going to shoot it over to Chief Parrish to add whatever he might like to that.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this proclamation. Yes, very important. So I call our 911 dispatchers, these are our true first responders, because you're not going to get fire, medical, or law without a 911 dispatcher calmly taking your information so that those services can get to you in the worst times. I speak every year regarding this proclamation. This year's, the past year's been a challenge. So with the COVID-19 virus and the shelter in place order, 911 dispatchers, Zoom's not going to work. They can't Zoom this from home. They've kept the 911 dispatch center going 24/7 for the past year during this shelter in place and this pandemic, which is extraordinary. And it hasn't been easy. We've had some scary moments. We've had a sworn member get COVID-19. Every time somebody has a cough or sneeze, we're wondering, what's next. So it's been touch and go. But again, 24/7 for a year, they've done it. They've done some things. They're into customer service. They think out of the box. And so, and the dispatchers came up with this, not the police officers and not me. The lobby's closed. And so people would come here with a fix-it ticket. And the dispatchers thought of this. They have the citizen put their fix-it ticket on their windshield, under the windshield wiper. And that way the officer can go out there, look at the ticket, look at the mechanical violations without exposing people to COVID and still maintain that customer service. And then in addition to that, a lot of our dispatchers are parents with young kids in school. So these are dispatchers that work 12-hour shifts that also suddenly became teachers at home as well. But they still made this happen 24/7 for a year. So I'm just very proud of them. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. It is a commendable job that they do. And I don't know if any of the council members have any comment at this point in time. Okay, I don't see any hands up, and I don't know if we have any comments from the general public on this.
I see no hands raised for general public.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief, and commendable job by all the dispatchers. Don't make it look too difficult if you're in the middle of recruiting. So thank you so much. Okay, so now I'll bring it back to the City Council and City Manager. Do we have any changes to our agenda?
Sorry for that awkward pause. No proposed changes, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so at this point in time, we would open it up to citizens' business and public comment for the consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matter not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2017-2, 2.02, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. So now we will open this up to citizens' business.
Thank you, Mayor Morris. Just as a reminder to our listeners and attendees tonight, if you'd like to speak, please use the raise hand icon on either your desktop or smart device. And if you're calling in with your telephone, you can dial *9. Min Wali, go ahead.
Hello. English is my second language, so bear with me. I just want to thank those who've been very supportive of me. On March 5th, I was working DoorDash, delivering meals, and I was approached by a man who began mocking and belittling me using Asian language, threatening me to leave this country and to go back to where I came from. This was happening. People were seeing this happen, and nobody helped up or stood up. In that moment, I just told the man to keep walking, and I had to proceed with my delivery. And I'm still doing deliveries on this day, and I'm going to Spring Thai near Oliver's to pick up another order. And I see the man again. By this time, I was so angry and I was so frustrated. So I began recording on my phone, and I was confronting him on his racism. And this time, I was being yelled at to leave this country. I was being called a chink and a Jap. I was being hit with a cane, and I was being threatened of a potential mass shooting targeting my Asian people. I keep a lot of things to myself. I'm not out there to get attention, or I don't like being in the spotlight. I'm not a very vocal person on these issues, but I'm getting really sick to my stomach and tired of hiding the pain inside. I'm tired of the mockery. I'm tired of the intimidation. I'm tired of the hate towards Asian people, because Asians don't look American or white enough, or because we're given this particular role in society where we're seen as the quiet model minority, that it's okay to intimidate us. It's okay to threaten us to go back to where we came from, that it's okay to use racial slurs and to mock us with no accountabilities. I understand through a tough time, and mental health is at an all-time high, and it's not going anywhere. Anti-Asian hate right now in this country is high, and it's not going anywhere. What happened to me that day from downtown Cotati, it's going to happen again. And next time it's going to happen to somebody else that's more vulnerable and older than I am, like my mother. And it's possible that it's going to be more deadly next time, because I'm sure we're all aware a few weeks ago. I think the city needs to be doing more. City needs to be doing more to bring awareness about this issue for the safety of its citizens. What was happening to me that day was a hate crime, and the city and the police can start recognizing that a crime that is motivated by one's prejudice on the basis of race, nationality, or ethnicity, involving acts of violence and threats of violence targeting a race group, is a hate crime covering the Penal Code 422.55 PC in the state of California. Because if I had been a white man that day, I would not have been profiled, threatened of a mass shooting targeting people of my race. I would not have been a victim of verbal and physical violence. We need to for each other when we see citizens that are people of color being harassed and threatened. I really wish somebody that day stood up for me in front of the restaurant. And I wish the city could do more to protect the Asian citizens that are experiencing this new dynamic of verbal and physical violence. And I just wish it can start taking action to put an end to it in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'm so sorry that you had to experience that. Ms. Burgess, do we have other citizens' business?
Shaheen Pamatmat, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shaheen Pamamat. First, Lee, I just want to let you know I stand with you. And as someone of Iranian background, I'm so sorry to hear that you have been targeted, and let you know that you can reach out to me or we can talk, and I'm more than happy to talk to you more about kinds of things that happen here in our community that kind of go unnoticed. And so, yeah. Additionally, I'd like to say that to this day, Dominic Fapali refuses to leave his office in complete disregard to the violence he's committed, the assaults he's committed, and in disregard to his constituents' demands for him to resign, as well as demands of the surrounding community. This is privilege at its finest, at its worst, I should say. And so I, like many, demand that justice and accountability are upheld and call for the removal of Dominic Fapali from the mayor's office. And I hope that we can see unanimous approval for such movement from Cotati and its council members, and that all those who have experienced some kind of assault receive the justice that they deserve, including survivors, family members, and those who've been affected, including myself. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pramama. I could not agree more. Do we have any other citizen comment?
Yes, Marjorie Crumshears, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, you are not alone. Cotati, there is something we need to do here. If it's no more than informing citizens about our role when we see someone acting in a violently racist, verbal way towards a fellow citizen, there's got to be something out there. There's got to be. On the other side of the coin, rumor has it that our city is talking with one or two other cities about the possibility of entering into a contract to form a cahoots organization that will support our citizens and our police department in the areas of mental health and abuse. I applaud that effort and strongly encourage our city to continue and to do everything it can to make this come to reality. The MST program that we have, the mobile support team, is very limited in its scope, and we desperately need more. Now, perhaps more than ever, with the number of young people and adults living through this pandemic, the mental health needs have increased immeasurably. Cotati can be at the forefront of supporting its citizens without always having the police come and intervene. Cahoots would be a wonderful way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crumshears.
Michael Titone.
Hello. So I'm here to stand with Minhwa Lee. Minhwa was confronted by a man who used racial slurs to degrade him on the street and who ended up attacking him while using those slurs, and who also threatened to shoot Asians. And I can't emphasize enough that last month, Asian women were murdered in Georgia, just 1 month ago, murdered by a mass shooter. And I'm asking myself right now, are we going to let that happen here in Sonoma County? Are we going to let that happen in Cotati? We need to take measures to make sure that people from the AAPI community are safe here. That means whether that's bringing awareness from the city's point of view or taking this seriously as a hate crime. I want to emphasize that based on what I see in the video, this incident is racist at core. I've seen people argue that the man in the video had mental health issues, and some claim from their own experiences being attacked or verbally attacked by this man that he just hates everybody. And since he hates everybody, he's probably not racist. But the language that he used was very, very specific to Asians. He was attacking Minhwa for being Asian. And the assault that happened, when he attacked him with his cane, that can't be disassociated from what was said, from the words that were used. I think this is a time we need to listen to our AAPI community, and we need to take their demands very, very, very seriously. We need to listen to people when they say that racism is real in Sonoma County. Sonoma County is as racist as any other part of the world, if not more racist. And we need to start acknowledging that here. We need to start acknowledging that racism against AAPI community occurs here. And we need to take it seriously and take concrete steps to prevent it. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Titone.
Will Prouty, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. I just want to salute Mr. Lee for his brave testimony. I would have stood up for you if I saw that happening on the street. Very sorry that that happened in our community. Really concerned what's going on if people that are residents of our community or work in our community or are visiting our community are not assisted by the police when they're attacked. I feel like a broken record, but I want to bring up the Christopher Alcala case again and restate that Senate Bill 1421 requires disclosure of disciplinary records when great bodily injury is sustained. The legal definition of great bodily injury includes concussions. Another case where a visitor to our town was not treated right, and I don't really feel like our local community has been informed of issues with our police, like how they're being disciplined. Appreciate Chief Parrish for doing a report tonight, but I do note in his report, there's been a lack of initiative in setting up use of force reporting. Countywide, you know, I'm not blaming Chief Parrish, but this is more a cultural issue with the police. Feel like, you know, we're kind of using legal justifications to deny the public reports that they should be entitled to under state law in California. I just challenge, you know, city government to define why the injuries sustained by Mr. Alcala were not considered a great bodily injury. And we want to see the records. We don't want excuses. We don't want to hear that the peace officers' Bill of Rights is interfering with citizens knowing what's going on in our city. I hope more states will take initiative.
It looks like Mr. Prouty inadvertently muted himself.
Mr. Prouty, did you conclude?
I conclude. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Prouty.
Devika Sood?
Hello, Cotati Council. Thank you for your time. I am here supporting Mr. Lee, fellow API member. First of all, I'm just so sorry that happened to you, and I want to show my support here. And I just want to also highlight that, during the pandemic, there's been a 150% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. And also, according to the coalition that tracks incidents of violence and harassment called AAPI Hate, 38 instances of discrimination against Asians have happened in the past year, which could be a higher number. And I ask that council holds accountability, and that specific actions are taken to prevent harassment from happening again. It seems targeted in that it happened in multiple locations that were Asian markets and Asian restaurants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Nancy T, go ahead.
Good evening, thank you. City Council, I am here to support Minhwa Lee. I am heartily saddened and alarmed by the video. And to see something like that happening in Sonoma County is thoroughly unacceptable. Minhwa, and I want you to know that there are other people who are feeling for you. It is not okay that you have to have concerns about fear and hate. And I appreciate that the council is listening to the citizens about what happened there. And I feel confident as this awareness grows, that each and every one of you will act accordingly and protect all the citizens of Cotati and Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any further public comment, citizens' business?
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, hey,
Yes.
Before we move on, just one thing I thought I would mention that might be helpful for the conversation on citizens' business is that I just want to reiterate. I know the council is well aware of this, and it has just recently supported a resolution for AAPI members, and I think we all feel the same way here at the city, and we definitely take all complaints of discrimination, including those against members of our AAPI community, very seriously. And when this incident was reported to us about 9 days ago, we immediately started a police investigation. And I can tell you that to date, this includes taking a report from Mr. Lee, who we heard from tonight, identifying, locating, and interviewing the suspect, identifying, locating, and interviewing witnesses. And once the investigation is complete, the city will refer any charges to the district attorney. So there are things in motion. I just wanted to make that clear for everyone here tonight.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Obid. Okay, Now we will move on to the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
um, I don't- did you want me to go first or Ben?
Go ahead, Councilmember Harvey. Are you going to make comments regarding the citizens business or on the consent?
On the citizens' business, it's my understanding that the mayors and council members, the mayors signed a letter about Mr. Capozzi, and I'm sure that our audience is not aware of that. So it might be helpful for you to speak to that since you were part of that message and that group.
Certainly. Councilmember Ford?
thank you. I just wanted to address the comments from Mr. Lee and his supporters who are here today. I don't think it's okay to just let that go by. So I want to say, first of all, I'm incredibly saddened and sorry that Mr. Lee experienced that racist attack. It was clearly racist, and it's one among many targeting AAPI residents across the Bay Area and the country. And I appreciate the courage it took for him to come forward. I'm extremely sorry that nobody stood with Mr. Lee when it happened. And I think that, and one of our speakers said, I would have stood with you, and I would like to say the same. And I will never know unless I'm there and have an opportunity to do so. So of course, I don't hope that I have that opportunity, but if the events happen, I hope I'm nearby. It makes it clear to me that the council needs to directly address race and equity issues in our city. I'm also very sorry that Mr. Lee did not feel like the Cotati police took the incident seriously, though I believe that feeling is not correct. But we in the department need to recognize that our actions do not take place in a vacuum and are interpreted in the context of the white supremacist history and present of policing in this country. And we can't just pretend that treating everybody the same will just gloss over that history and the reactions that people have to police. Thanks.
Thank you. In reference to the allegations against Mayor Frapoli of Windsor, all of the existing or remaining mayors of Sonoma County, all 8 of us, vehemently came out and supported the immediate resignation of Mr. Frapoli. The allegations, extremely credible, unbelievable, prompted us to determine that it was not appropriate and that he should not be in a position of trust serving a city in our county, and demanded his resignation. As many of you may be aware, Mr. Frapoli is denying that, and since that is a situation, the Mayors and Council Members Association, of which Windsor was a part of, has now canceled all future meetings until this issue is determined, and whether it's a resignation or a recall. Right now, that particular business is no longer being performed. So I thought I'd address that in that situation. But we strongly, vehemently support those victims that have come forward and have the courage to come forward on that, and strongly encourage Mr. Frapoli to resign from public service. So thank you. I don't know if there's any further comments on any of those issues. Seeing no hands, we will move on now to our consent calendar.
There are
Mayor
2
Moore,
hands up.
I do see Councilmember Sparks and Councilmember Harvey.
Okay, for some reason, I can't see those on my screen, so I'll have to work on that. So, Ms. Burgess, for future reference on tonight, and anyway, if you could let me know if you do see those hands. And the first one would be?
Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just wanted to also speak to Minwa and to all of the supporters who came to speak tonight. And I just want to thank you for your courage. I know that it is very intimidating to come to a public meeting and share your story. So thank you very much. And my heart is broken this week, and I'm doing what I can to fight against racism within Cotati and within Sonoma County. And I hear you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sparks. Councilmember Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let Mr. Lee know that I did receive his letter. It hurt me greatly to have to read this. I feel terrible for him. One of the things that really struck me is at the end of his letter, I absolutely agree with him where he said we are going to need to stand up for each other when we see a person of color, and for that matter, any person being harassed and threatened. Awareness, unity, love, and justice is what the city is going to need for people of color experiencing racism and hate during these trying times. I absolutely agree with you. And as Councilmember Ford said, I hope if there's ever any other issue that someone is around to stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Any further comments before I move on? Not that I want to rush this, but I can see hands now, so I don't see any hands raised. No. Okay, thank you so much. Now we move on to our consent calendar. Anyone wishing to pull this item, or I would be looking for a motion for approval?
I would be happy to make a motion to approve the consent calendar. This is Councilmember
Second that
Harvey.
motion. I'll second that motion, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, would you kindly do a roll call?
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, that looks like that passed 5-0. Now we move on to direction on future agenda items. Do we have any items that any of the council members would like to address in the future? Okay, not seeing any hands on that. We can move on to our regular agenda item. And this is request for approval of a resolution granting an extension of the previously approved commercial cannabis retail and distribution permit for Monaghan Pacific, DBA Indy 3 at 8145 Gravenstein Highway in the commercial Gravenstein Highway CG zoning district, PA 18-44. And I believe this is going to be going to our community development director, Mr. Hausch.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I'll just wait for my presentation to come up. My name is Noah Hausch. I'm Community Development Director for the city here in Cotati. And as identified, this is a request for a renewal of a previously approved commercial cannabis retail permit. And Lauren, will you advance the slides, please, to the next? So briefly to describe the project, before the council is a resolution approving an extension for 240 days of the previously approved commercial cannabis retail and distribution permit, which would allow Steve Monaghan to operate a commercial cannabis retail business at 8145 Gravenstein Highway in the commercial Gravenstein Highway Corridor or Highway Zoning District. We'll go to the next slide. Just to orient everyone, 8145 Gravenstein Highway is located on the northwest corner of the Alder and Highway 116 intersection. And Lauren, if you just click advance, it highlights the parcel. It's an irregularly shaped parcel, only partially developed, with three buildings that appear to be one, but they are or appear to be two, but they are three standalone buildings. Two of them are adjacent to each other. And if you highlight or click the slide once more, Lauren, it'll highlight the center parcel, or the center building is where the use is being proposed. And we'll move on. So just briefly, there's a lot of background in the staff report and on the slide, so I'll just try to touch on it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for clarity. In 2016, the city began to review a large-scale development project to redevelop that entire parcel on the corner of Alder and 116, and that project included a 6,000 square foot commercial building and 125 unit assisted living facility. In 2018, the city council adopted regulations allowing commercial cannabis businesses to operate within the city. and these regulations included 2 commercial cannabis retail permits. In June of that year, one of these permits was granted to Steve Monahan with the idea that he would operate his commercial cannabis retail facility from the 6,000 square foot commercial building that was yet to be constructed but was under review. Later that year, the city council in November approved a formal agreement documenting kind of the process and milestones towards implementing that new construction that would be required for that permit to be remain valid. In the end of 2019, all required approvals were granted for that project to move forward. And then in early 2020, as we're all aware, the COVID pandemic struck, and we all began to kind of navigate the impacts to all of our lives associated with that beginning. In June of 2020, that approval would have technically expired per that agreement. However, the council had granted some blanket extensions in response to COVID. And then later on January 26th, I apologize, that's a typo. It says the 13th, January 26th, staff presented the council with a resolution to grant a 240-day extension of that approval. And at that time, the city council expressed concerns over this approach, requesting more information be provided on the proposed renovation of those buildings, what the site would ultimately look like, how the building or the buildings would be improved, and then also requested some additional information regarding other potential locations where commercial cannabis retail facilities could locate based on the current regulations. And Lauren, we'll go to the next slide. So briefly, as we touched on, the economic impacts of COVID-19 have affected everyone in the world, frankly. But one of the things that the applicant communicated to staff is that it definitely affected the assisted living market and the financing ability to financing options available for those types of projects. However, he indicated he was very much committed to pursuing the permit implementation on his site, submitted building permits requesting to begin repair of those structures, and then formally requested the city council or the city extend his permit. As identified, the resolution that's before the council took the former agreement that was entered into, turned those milestones into conditions of approval, and does include the 240-day extension, which was the maximum allowable in the formerly approved agreement. One of the other conditions on that resolution before the council requires full compliance with all requirements that come out of the design review process, which the city is currently underway. We've reviewed 2 versions of the plans, issued a second comment letter asking for further revisions and improvements, modifications to be made before we find the project is consistent and ready for recommendation to the Planning Commission. We just had a meeting with the applicant last week, and they are finalizing their response to that letter. One of the other comments that came out of the previous January review from the City Council was some concern over one of the elements of the resolution, which allowed the city manager to grant an additional extension. I just wanted to highlight that because it was previously expressed as a concern. That allowance is still in this resolution because that's a standard condition that we apply to these commercial cannabis approvals once the city council finds that they are appropriate and supports them. However, if the council chooses to not go with that current language, given the various intricacies of this individual project, staff is fully supportive of that. We just wanted to highlight that that would need to be a requested modification to the resolution that's before the council this evening. And with that, I wanted to provide a little bit more of the feedback, or in response to the feedback from the council, a little bit more input on the design that's being reviewed. Lauren, if you would advance to the next slide. So this is a site plan. Obviously, as identified, the middle building is proposed to operate the retail cannabis facility. One of the elements of this approval would require that the other 2 buildings in the entire site be fully renovated. All exterior improvements required for those to be occupied would would be required to be constructed as a part of the design review and be in place prior to the commercial cannabis facility opening its doors and being granted occupancy. The other two spaces, while we do not currently have any applications proposing to occupy them, there are a variety of uses that could move into those spaces as by right. And one use that could move into that location is a bakery. And the person who's interested in pursuing a bakery in one of these other locations has written a letter of support that was attached to this item and is available in the packet for the council to see their input. But the site plan would include a construction of a full parking lot in keeping with the city's requirements. All stormwater would be managed, full parking, meeting all the needs identified for the uses, both the cannabis facility and two adjacent retail, outdoor seating, bicycle parking. And what's not reflected on this plan is full frontage improvements along Alder Avenue. So curb gutter sidewalk, bike lanes would be required. And that's one of the things that we were negotiating or working with the applicant on the ultimate design of that. The zoning code identifies that Alder should be built out as a commercial street standard. So it's a relatively wide sidewalk with street trees. And then one of the things that I think is unique to this review is the applicant has agreed to dedicate a significant portion of their property to the city to allow future widening of the Highway 116 right-of-way. If that dedication were not to be granted, then if another project triggered the widening of the highway or Caltrans or the city came in with a project to do so, that right-of-way would have to be purchased and that purchase would have to be negotiated with the property owner. Mr. Monahan has agreed to dedicate that frontage to the city to allow that ultimate widening to be done when the project to do so is moves forward and is ready to be done and implemented. Just wanted to highlight that. Lauren, if we'll go to the next slide. I know Mr. Monahan has a presentation, so I don't want to touch on the ultimate design too much, but this is a rendering that shows kind of where the current thinking is on the design. So it's complete new siding, windows, doors for all three buildings, new roofing, in addition to all the site improvements, pedestrian circulation, parking, full new utilities, undergrounding the PG&E service laterals from this site. So it's essentially a complete reconstruction of the site with the center building being occupied as the retail cannabis facility, and then the two side buildings currently available for any use that would be allowed in the commercial Gravenstein corridor zoning district. With that, I'd like to move on to the other information requested by the city council. So this, I apologize for how small this is, but this is a zoning map that shows all the various zoning districts, and the orange on the west side of Highway 101 are the parcels and areas that are zoned commercial Gravenstein corridor. That's the only district that allows cannabis retail to operate. And then the blue kind of bubbles show the required barriers or separation distances from adjacent uses, certain adjacent uses, to those commercial cannabis facilities. Our code currently requires a mandated separation from residential parcels, children-oriented uses such as schools and parks, and then also from other commercial cannabis retail facilities. So you combine those three limitations, and the areas not covered in the blue bubbles, but which are orange on the west side of the highway, are kind of the remaining locations that could support a commercial cannabis retail facility. If you look at the areas, most of those parcels are either undeveloped or relatively underdeveloped, similar to the project site we're in now. And Lauren, I think if you hit advance one more time, it'll highlight yeah, there you go. So there's the project site right there. And so just to kind of point out that while obviously it's not a perfect situation to have an undeveloped parcel be granted such an approval, and that's one of the reasons we're here, is kind of the issues that go around with that and the uncertainty regarding development. It's not a unique circumstance should we look to alternative locations. So given all of those things and the applicant's experience with commercial cannabis facilities, we'll go to the next slide, which is the recommendation by the Community Development Department that the council adopt a resolution approving the 240-day extension of the previously approved permit to allow Mr. Monahan to operate a retail cannabis facility at 8145 Gravenstein Highway in the CG zoning district. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. Monahan has a presentation prepared, and I believe he has a third party that he works with to operate his dispensary, or proposing to operate his dispensary, and a representative from that third party is also available.
Thank you, Mr. Hausch. Before we move on to the other presentation by the party for Mr. Monahan, I'm going to bring back to the council and see if they have any questions for Mr. Hausch. Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, thank you. I have a question around, you said with the bubbles on that map, it can't be near any residential limitation. My question is, isn't there also a project in the works that's right across the street that is residential? So does that mean that that project can't move forward if this moves forward?
So to your point, there is, and I actually, as I was looking at this graphic doesn't identify the Cotati Commons residential development, which is residential, but is outside of the distance required. But I will update this graphic. But the situation is, if that parcel was developed, it's a mixed-use project called the Cotati Villages, which has 3 commercial buildings fronting on 116 and 43 single-family homes backing up to the Cotati Commons homes. If that project was there currently, then this project could not be approved. However, the council is free to act on this extension, and then if the project develops next door, that project is allowed to move forward. The limitation is for a new use to operate next to existing uses.
So the fact that it's not built now, that restriction doesn't apply. If it was built now, it would.
That's correct.
Okay. My second question is my understanding is that the driveway that was there on 116 is being removed?
That is also correct as a component of reconstructing the site.
Okay. And then my third question is, this has been going on since 2016, and we keep kicking the can down the road and approving it and changing this. We've had 90 days since the council last saw this. My question is, how much progress, if any, has been achieved in the last 90 days?
So since we last spoke, the city staff has reviewed the submittal from Mr. Monahan regarding the design review, provided comments on that, had 2 meetings, a minimum of 2 meetings with him on how to satisfy the city's conditions. In addition, Mr. Monahan, because those buildings are existing, has continued to pursue several requirements from the building department in order for building permits to be issued. And he has actually continued to pursue those, directed his engineer to work with the department to satisfy those criteria. And we actually have the a final updated building permit to allow him to do all structural improvements necessary for these buildings ready to issue. I think Mr. Monahan's planning on picking it up this week, but I'll let him speak to that. But sorry, that was a long answer to your question, and I would just say he has demonstrated significant compliance from the staff's perspective, being due diligent, staying in contact with us, and has expressed real excitement to be able to operate this business in Cotati and really get this property improved, because I think he has similar opinions about the timeline that some of the city staff and council members may have, and frustration regarding what it's taken to get to this point.
Yeah, it just was sort of vague when it said substantial, and there was some bullet items in the resolution. But given that we just had a 90-day hunk, I really wanted to feel more comfortable that progress was being made, that we weren't just, having folks sitting around waiting for this approval that we were actually moving forward. So thank you for that. That's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in the spirit of full disclosure, I'll mention that the applicant did reach out, I believe, to all the council members and asked us if we would be willing to sit and listen to or rather watch a video presentation of their plans, since we had expressed concerns about not seeing enough about the plan, and I did agree to do that. So I wanted to raise a couple of questions that I did have a chance to bring forward with the applicant and see where we're on them. So Mr. Hausch, I got 4 for you here, and I'll just do them one at a time to make it easy for you if I can. This is a general landscaping question. So generally in landscaping, people will follow their planting guide. Usually they will use the smallest, most cost-effective plants, which is a reasonable thing to do. Sometimes, some areas, there's value in getting larger and more mature trees, though. Number one, if you're concerned about the aesthetics of the approach. Number two, if you're concerned about privacy or something. And I'm wondering where we're at, if there any agreement has been reached on what that mix will be in terms of some larger plantings in some areas. Clearly, we wouldn't want to block the front of the major buildings, but at the same time, for some of the side buildings and the patio, I think there could be some value there. So I'm wondering if there's been an agreement yet on that.
There has not been any agreement, but the applicant has indicated significant willingness to work with city staff on landscaping needs, and the final conditions of approval and the design have not been brought before the Planning Commission. So I would say it's been unanswered, but the applicant is supportive of those needs based on conversation.
Good, and I fully expect, I expressed this in this way because I felt after we were done asking questions, then the applicant could reply. And if there's any serious concerns from the applicant and anything I'm suggesting, I'm open to hear them. Or if they see no problems with these being requirements, I would love to hear that too. So let's see, next, we talked about concrete for the patio and walkways. And there was discussion of rather than just plain concrete, which aesthetically isn't as good and has some slippage hazards from time to time, of having a minimal, at least minimum stamped concrete, which is certainly a big step in looking better, but as I understand, a relatively minimal cost. Are we anywhere on that yet?
This is a similar level of detail question. We have not got there. There is actually a decorative scoring pattern in the concrete shown on the site plan. It's not identified as stamped, but it does have some aesthetic kind of level. And then adding stain or color to that would also be something that's relatively low cost.
And I would imagine, does that extend to the walkways as well, Mr. Hausch, that connect to the patio and wrap around the businesses?
That's correct. Adding a stamp or a stain is a relatively low additional cost to pouring a standard sidewalk.
All right, good. And these last two are more typical requests. I believe we run into them a lot, but I just want to ask, if number one, if we reach an agreement that the applicant will follow all traffic study requirements that might arise. And number two, if we have an agreement to hold occupancy till all outside improvements are complete, or at least meet staff approval.
Yeah, so the applicant in our meeting last week, which was Friday, the applicant's traffic engineer was on that call asking to make sure that their understanding of the city's direction in the most recent letter was correct. And then also, and the applicant seemed very willing to implement all required elements of the traffic study, which we did ask because while we're not concerned necessarily about the level of service impacts, we want to make sure that the improvements to the access points, the driveways, et cetera, minimize any impacts to the safety of folks coming and going. And if there are recommendations to improve safety, we ask the traffic engineer to make those recommendations in their final report. And your other question was for
holding occupancy until all outside improvements are complete,
and
or
that's been,
at least reach an appropriate level that staff can give a thumbs up to.
And that's been communicated as the expectation to the applicant, and Mr. Monahan has been fully supportive of that. He wants, I think, to see the site done before he opens his doors as well.
Yeah. These are fairly typical, but I just doing due diligence and asking, and I appreciate your answer, particularly on the traffic study requirements. I think safety, the improvements, potential improvements in safety we have with the point for the community and potentially for the council. So it's important to hit all of those as hard as we can. So at any rate, those are my questions. I would like hearing from the applicant as well when he speaks. Thank you for the feedback, Mr. Hausch.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lim and Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I just had a few questions for Noah. Following on to Councilmember Harvey's questions, you'd mentioned the Cotati Village is zoned for mixed use with a mix of commercial and residential. Would the requirements for the distance change if at some point in the future that converted to a fully residential use in some way? Is the distance requirement different for pure residential versus mixed use residential? That's what I'm asking.
No, I actually really appreciate the nuance of the question. So I believe the Cotati Commons is not identified because it is a portion of a mixed use development. So the CG is a mixed use zone. So it sees residential and commercial uses intermixing. And so that setback actually does not apply to mixed use projects. If a project came forward that was purely residential, we would be looking to implement that. But at this point, the site's not developed now. So if it were to develop later and this was there, it would be a non-issue from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you. I had a sort of procedural question, which is going back to the agreement that was made, I believe, in June 2018. One of the stipulations was that if the operator was going to change from Indy LL3, that would need to be approved by the council. Is that something that we would need to do tonight? Because it looks like we're looking at a different operator now.
So Mr. Monahan is still the permittee. So one of the unique things about the cannabis permits is we grant them to individuals, and that individual is responsible for managing all of the elements that are mandated to put on them. I would look at it as the third-party contractor basically being an extension of staff. Mr. Monahan himself, I think, is this would be maybe one of a couple businesses that he runs, and I'll let him speak to that. But so we see them as his staff, but I think he's wants them to speak to kind of provide their expertise and how they're going to assist him with his operations. But I would leave it at that and let him answer that further.
Okay, and then thank you. And then one last question. It seems like the project that's being proposed now is substantially different from what we were, clearly it's substantially different than what we were looking at 2 years ago. So my question was, when I was looking at the original approvals that happened in February 2018, the applications were graded on a 45-point scale and rubric. And I was wondering if the staff has looked at this sort of new project through that lens to see if it's comparable in its merits to the original permit that was approved.
Yeah, so that process is kind of different than we've grown into as we've gotten some experience reviewing and permitting cannabis. So I wasn't in the department at that time, but it's my understanding, the regulations were passed, the council opened up a certain number of permits, and there was interest beyond, from applicants beyond that number. And so in the planning world, we call this process essentially a beauty contest, right? Where you compare a variety of applications all at the same time based on an established matrix or criteria and rank them. We've since moved past that, and because we granted that initial round of permits, a number of those permits, although they may have ranked really high in the rubric, never moved forward for a variety of reasons. And so we now take applications first come, first served, review them based on the criteria that are established in the regulations. And if they check and satisfy those criteria and are a reputable operator, then we move them forward with a recommendation for approval, pending support from the police department, the fire department, all those other outside review authorities. But we're not reviewing them against each other anymore. So rather than use a rubric to rate them against each other, we now review them based on the established regulations and guidelines that the city has for these uses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sparks. Any other further questions from the council? I'm not seeing any hands. I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Hausch. If you look, and I don't know if you might have the slide, but the slide on page packet 69, which shows a front view, like a street view of the proposed. Correct. That's a little, like a little parapet wall. Is that what they call that? Down below? So that site is actually elevated a little bit, and that would inhibit cars from actually going beyond that.
Yeah, so we've been, this is one of our major topics of discussion in our Friday meeting. What's the appropriate way? I think that's meant to almost represent a guardrail. Mr. Monahan has talked about doing like a decorative fence in that location, landscaped berm to further kind of delineate what's going to be right of way from private property and really clearly close off that 116 access. We asked his traffic consultant to provide input as to how that would best be met. But there is a goal to clearly delineate public and private with some decorative fencing feature and landscaping.
Thank you. My next question is, on packet page 61, the last sentence indicates traffic impacts are less extensive than previously approved. The older intersection will still operate at a level of service D. Is that the best we can do on that?
So you'll probably recall from our VMT conversation. So level of service is no longer a CEQA issue. Now we use vehicle miles traveled to manage a project's environmental impacts. However, as you can imagine, Public Works and city staff are very concerned about level of service and intersection functionality. And that's where we for lack of a better term, negotiated with Mr. Monahan on asking his traffic engineer to provide some specific inputs as to how we could ensure that the operation from this site provides the best safety for people coming and going in the area.
Thank you. And then my final question on that talks about the city tax revenue regarding a dispensary in that location. The conservative estimate that it would generate to the city is $225,000 range per year. In order to generate that kind of range, what are we talking about in gross sales?
So I do want to, and Mr. Monahan asked me to be sure to clearly explain that. That was the analysis that was done when he was originally approved for this use. There's been a lot of changes in cannabis in Sonoma County since that was approved. And so I would ask he and his support staff to speak to that issue because I think they'll be able to speak to it more than I will.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I will go ahead and allow the presentation of Mr. Monahan, and then if we have further questions, we can address that and open it up for public comment after that point. So thank you, Mr. Hausch.
Good evening, council members. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you once again. I think if I may, I will go through my presentation quickly, and then I will address your questions. And then I'd like to bring in Leanne from the operations group that's going to be helping me with the day-to-day management of the project. If we could move to the next slide, please. So this is a overview site plan of the project. And as Mr. Hausch noted, we did have a conversation on Friday last week, and we're talking about the Alder Avenue improvements, and there's going to be some redesign of the southeast corner of this project. We're going to be removing some of these parking spaces to give more space for street improvements and sidewalks. We are going to be adding a more landscaping elements on this project corner with more mature trees and larger caliper plants to address Mr. Landman's comments and improve the landscaping on this site. We are closing all access to Highway 116 off of the property. and all traffic will be directed onto the northeast corner. You can see an entrance location up there. From a traffic standpoint, we will be putting signage up that will encourage people leaving the site if they're going to be going eastbound to take a left onto Alder Avenue, go north on Alder over to Hellman, and then around to Redwood. Encouraging that and noting that signage saying that that's the safer way to get back to Highway 101. People headed westbound on Highway 116 would be able to make a right-hand turn, which is a safer turn that does not require them to cross traffic. We're compliant with all of the parking standards as noted in the general plan and in the city code. On the backside, kind of north of the center building, we will be having a secure sally port area that will provide safety for any loading or unloading of product per the police regulations for the city of Cotati. Generally, we just think that this is going to be a much improved site plan for this parcel. Next slide, please. This is a 2D elevation of the front of the buildings. The cannabis dispensary is intended to be in the center building with the gray exterior. And then the two buildings on the left and right will be designed to be similar to each other and mirror each other. We're going to be enhancing the front of the building with an added parapet where you see the signage noted. And we've designed a cornice element that will go on the top of that to add some extra visual aesthetics to the project. We're going to be having trellises installed along the front. It's not as clear in this picture, but I think the next picture will show. We're going to be offering a seating area on the eastern side of the project and a seating area between the leftmost building and the center building. And just a little bit of architect speak here. 8145 Gravenstein is an adaptive reuse development of an agrarian building historic to Sonoma County rural culture. Townsend Capital Partners has chosen to keep the building and renovate rather than build new to embrace the cultural context and spatial relationship to the land and building of West County, Sonoma. All three structures are envisioned as a cross between a country winery look and a roadside agricultural market, both of which are present between Cotati and Western Sonoma on Gravenstein Highway. Next slide, please. This is a more of a 3D perspective here. Same building elevations, just a little bit different angle. So you can see on the right-hand side of the image, we have a seating area. We're going to be providing a lot of bike parking. And like Mr. House said, new windows, new doors, new siding, new roof elements. We'll be adding some metal awnings on the center building, the gray building, which will add some architectural detail. Not rendered here, but they are included will be bollards in front of these roll-up doors, which will add some security enhancements to the project. These two larger doors are designed to look like roll-up doors, but will be inoperable and won't actually roll up. And they will have opaque glass per the city's requirement. And then we will also be installing a security mesh behind these doors that can roll down at night to further enhance security. Next slide, please. Here's just a little bit more detail on the two buildings to either side. Again, the upper image is the seating area outside. And then on the south is the westernmost building, excuse me, the lower photo is the westernmost building of the parcel. Next slide, please. So this proposed project is a redevelopment and improvement of existing structures on the corner of Highway 116 and Alder Avenue. We believe this project enhances the western approach to Cotati and will feature upgraded landscaping throughout the project, and especially at the corner of Highway 116 and Alder, per Mr. Landman's direction. We will be improving the building facades. We'll be adding new windows and substantial overall enhancement to the existing condition of the site. This will be bringing a neighborhood-oriented commercial center to the western end of Cotati. The goal is to move in the dispensary, and a bakery business that is someone that lives in the city that we've been in discussion with, and another neighborhood enhancing retail business. This project is consistent with the general plan vision for Western Cotati and is consistent with the CG zoning district standards. This project will feature safety improvements by closing site access to Highway 116 in accordance with the general plan. And we will be including additional signage at the exit of the property to encourage people to move towards Highway 101, north along Alder and then along Hellman. This project will offer property frontage dedications to the city of Cotati for the future widening of Highway 116. We will also be improving Alder Avenue on our side of the street, and we'll be adding a parking, bike lane, and the commercial sidewalk standards per the code, with street trees and a 12-foot wide sidewalk. There's been concern about endangered species, and we've consulted with our project biologist, and all work that is proposed for this project is happening within previously disturbed areas. And during the site work construction phase of the project, we will have biological monitors on site whenever work is happening to make sure that there's no tiger salamander or any critters that crawl under a piece of equipment or harmed during our construction. We've been working with our traffic consultant, and this project is less intensive than the previously approved senior housing project. We're in the midst of commissioning an updated traffic study with new traffic counts and new final recommendations for any safety that comes out of that report will be implemented as a condition of approval with this project. Next slide, please. So going through the general plan, section 6, economic vitality. So we believe this project will contribute to the economic vitality of the city of Cotati as specified in the 2015 general plan. Goal EV1, establish and maintain a healthy local economy that includes a diversity of commercial and industrial enterprises which provide goods, services, and employment opportunities to residents consistent with Cotati's small town image. This project will contribute to the economic vitality through the increase of the economic tax base of the city, create opportunity for local businesses to establish themselves in the city, and create new job opportunities in the city of Cotati. Furthermore, we believe this project will enhance Western Cotati and create a new commercial zone for the western approach to the city. And then this city tax revenue, based on a conservative estimate, we believe that the estimated sales tax that the cannabis dispensary will generate for the city to be in the $225,000 range once the business is fully stabilized. And to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, we're anticipating $5 to $6 million of top line revenue, and the $225,000 comes from the 1% sales tax and the 3% cannabis tax in the city. Next slide, please. Under general plan section 7, land use, the project exists in the CG commercial corridor. The general plan calls for general commercial land use designation provides for the basic business and service needs of the local community, including shopping centers, neighborhood-oriented retail, and highway-oriented commercial uses. This project fits within those general plan classifications, offering commercial space that can be used for neighborhood-oriented retail. General plan policy 3.6. Under section 7, support the continued development and intensification of employment centers throughout all non-residential areas of the city. This cannabis dispensary is intended to go into this location, will add jobs and comply with this directive. And the additional commercial locations on either side of the dispensary will provide opportunities for new businesses to establish themselves within the city. The economic development strategy and implementation plan that was approved around this time last year provides a new avenue for businesses to establish themselves in the city using a streamlined permitting process. And this project site provides additional inventory for the city to have those new businesses start themselves. This project will comply with land use policy 3.8 by providing future dedications for the implementation of pedestrian and bicycle paths on the frontage of the property, as well as installing pedestrian and bicycle paths on the Alder Avenue frontage. And we will be providing orchard style parking in the parking lot, an extensive improvement of the property frontage along Highway 116. Next slide, please. Okay, so if we could just go back, I'm sorry. That's the end of my portion of the presentation. I'll be inviting Leanne Baker to step in next and provide the operator's background. I would like to bring in the operations group of Jane Dispensary. They have several other locations in Sonoma County, and they bring a real expertise in the management of these businesses on a day-to-day basis that I don't have. And they have a great operations team, a really great group of people working for them. And I think that they'll really enhance the opportunity in this location for this dispensary. But to answer some of the questions that came up from Mr. Landman, landscaping, yes, we will be providing more mature landscaping, especially on the project corner, which will be the most visible. And in regards to stamped concrete, yes, we can definitely do stamped concrete and make a more enhanced look for the walking surfaces around the property. We will be using Sonoma Clean Power, their Evergreen program, purchasing energy through them for all of the dispensary's needs. And then in regards to the traffic study, we have commissioned a fully refreshed and renewed traffic study, and any conditions or any recommendations that come out of that traffic study will be implemented as a part of this project. And then I've mentioned the signage encouraging people to travel to the north, but we will be including signage at the exit for that safety. I think that was all the questions. Is there any questions that I have not addressed that the council would like me to address?
I do have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Very quick. Yeah, you've covered everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Monahan. One thing, have we reached an agreement to hold occupancy until outside improvements are complete or until staff is satisfied? Giving some flexibility.
All improvements will be complete before we get our certificate of occupancy.
Sounds like you're in a hurry to do this too. You could make a lot of council members happy.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
We're moving as fast as we can. Okay, well, without further ado, I'd love to hand the mic over figuratively or digitally to Miss Leanne Baker and let her take over from me.
Hi. So thank you so much for having us. I know that this has been a challenging conversation so far. So I think it's important to start. If we want to go to the next slide, we can start the Jane portion of this. There are a lot of things that were touched on today that are important to us, along with what we've been talking about. Safety and inclusion are the biggest ones that I can think of. So Jane, as a group and as a whole and as a brand, are very dedicated to the education and the safety of people that are interested in, cannabis. Can we go to the next slide? And then one more. So we do know the importance of creating a safe and secure, elevated environment. We're committed to cultivating opportunities and educating the public. We're committed to providing all employees with a living wage and a cannabis boutique that provides a sophisticated experience and knowledgeable support. We're committed to helping shed the stigma. Next slide. We believe in the healing, positive qualities of cannabis and our duty professionals to support the education of the public with regards to these universal benefits. So our core values are more than just selling cannabis to the public. We have environmental and economic justice, worker protection and development, community engagement, triple bottom line, environmental, financial, and society, social health of our business, employees, and community. Next slide. Jane wants their patients, physicians, friends, and family to feel empowered to make decisions to improve their quality of life. Educational classes and materials will be offered to patients, practitioners, and the public on topics related to the use and benefits of medical and recreational marijuana treatments. Educational events will be provided free of charge and open to adults. From previous experience, popular topics have included understanding the plant and its therapeutic effects, as well as methods for using medical marijuana with a range of health conditions, cancer, PTSD, chronic pain, and more. We will also have the educational material online and in store for patients to review as needed. So in community engagement, we've brought a marketing director to do a 3-phased engagement plan. The first phase is the initial outreach leading up to the doors opening. So we want to really knock and talk door-to-door outreach to the neighbors within the surrounding area of the project. Having community meetings throughout the rest of the city to hear from the public and about their concerns and answer any questions. Again, education is a huge part of what we're about. We want to make sure that we are available to anybody that might have questions or feel uncomfortable in this situation. Presence at community events, the Cotati Community Farmers Market, and good neighbor nights to tour the facility prior to operations. Next slide. So phase 2 of this community engagement is the first year of our operations, operational tours of the facility for the public and their community leaders, monthly community meetings and the neighbors to hear and address any concerns, and involvement in local businesses and philanthropy groups. And then phase 3 is the ongoing process. Obviously, we want to keep that going and at that education to continue to roll out. The marketing director position, whose job is to stay engaged in the community and get to know the neighbors and other business leaders. Involvement in regional and state cannabis organizations to stay informed and emerging best practices, and dedicated 24/7 direct contact. And anytime we have a standing invitation to meet with city leaders if necessary. Next slide. So our community benefits, 10% discount for all residents of the Cotati community, seniors, city staff, employees, veterans, first responders, and educators. 1% of our profits will be donated to a community investment. Partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and other local businesses grouped to promote Cotati businesses. Bike deliveries for local orders to reduce vehicle miles traveled and help Cotati meet its climate action goals. Host a job fair and maintain local hire preference. Cotati Community Farmers Market sponsorship, and then senior nights with the Charles Street Village and Oakmont's community. Next slide. One of our biggest initiatives is the movement to go green, not just for us, but encouraging other people in the space to go green. We have a few different routes that we're trying to take with that. Steve had mentioned using the Sonoma Clean Power Evergreen program, but we're also creating a private label where we are trying to reduce our carbon footprint by using a 100% reclaimed ocean plastic in all of our private labeled items. Once we launch that private label, we will become a member of the 1% for the planet and donate that. We want to distribute reusable metal Jane water bottles to all employees and provide them for sale for customers. And then there's just some additional initiatives that we would like to continue to use in the environmental space. Next slide. And our mission is to elevate how cannabis is perceived and consumed, to enhance our customers' capacity for better quality of life, to provide consistent and reliable medicine from curated and preferred producers. Next slide. Not only is our team local, but our products are too. Jane will provide guaranteed shelf space to local products so that we can multiply and maximize the economic benefits to the area. We have recently come up with the idea that we will do a similar to a wine club membership, where it would be a subscription with anybody that is dedicated to doing anything that is promoting that reducing their carbon footprint. So we will highlight their initiatives along in our store, and hoping to really partner with and encourage other people to get on board with this environmental issue that we're dealing with. Next slide. And then I think that's about it. So there's some information about us, but Steve, was there anything that you wanted to add to that, or?
No, I think you did a wonderful job. Thank you. I would just take this opportunity to open up any questions from city council members after that presentation. We're happy to field those questions.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we have any further questions from council. Let's see.
Mayor Moore, Councilmember Harvey has her hand up.
I was trying to ignore Councilmember Harvey, but go ahead, Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So kind of you. Nan, I was curious on the bike delivery. Do you do that at your other locations?
We are actively working on that process. Yes. You know, it does get tough with regulations.
So there are regulations around that. And what about safety? I guess safety would be.
Yeah, so that's
biggest
right.
concerns.
Right, exactly. So we're working through some of the details of it, but I mean, our ultimate goal is to have, you know, as many of these initiatives checked off as we go, but we always run into, you know, somebody that's, you know, putting their hand up.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My pleasure, Councilmember Harvey. Councilmember Sparks.
Mr. Mayor, I have some additional questions about the timeline of the project. I'm wondering if this is the appropriate time to ask that, or if we're going to get into more discussion of that later.
No, go ahead.
So when this permit was first approved in February 2018, Vicky Parker at her presentation to the city said that initially when we opened it up for applications, the idea was that we would look for people who could come into and start operating right away, but that this particular application didn't have a building yet and was going to take a little bit longer, but that was an interesting proposition. And it seemed at that time that that was probably the fastest way to get a project going, to get that permit actually in use, because there weren't other good locations to build it at. So at that time, the estimated initiation of operations was June 2020. Later on, once the agreement was formalized, the initiation of operations estimate was changed to December 2020. And we've had sort of an extra year because of COVID, and I'm just a little concerned about that. We've had so many delays in the past, and if we do another 240-day extension right now, let's say the bakery didn't work out, and let's say we weren't able to find another tenant for the third space, is there any chance, or how, maybe this isn't possible to answer, but could you give us any sense of how likely it is that the project would not happen right now and we'd be coming back in 240 days without significant progress? That's my fear, that that could happen and we'd be back in the position where we're looking at, do we want to grant another extension or not? And if that were to occur, then it would be better at this point to not renew the permit and to open it up for potentially other people to apply. And I think it would even perhaps be a good idea for the city to look at extending and changing the ordinance on where these things could be located to open it up so we might get more applications. Of course, if we're certain that this project, if we could see with a crystal ball and be certain that this project was going to be moving forward substantially in 240 days, and that would be a different story. So I would like someone could speak to that and just give some reassurance that this is going to happen. And I think
yeah, if I'm the appropriate person to answer that, I'd love to field that question. Yes, this project is happening. We've spent a lot of time and effort. We've met with city staff many times about our current design review submittal. We've gone back and forth quite a bit, and we are committed to implementing this project. This cannabis dispensary license extension is helpful for us to be able to continue to invest money and resources into the site, with the guarantee that we will have that business waiting for us once it's open. I've been in a lot of dialogue with the member of the city, or the resident of the city that would like to open the bakery, and I feel that that's a good opportunity. I don't think that will fall through, but should that fall through, we will continue forward with this project, and we will make these improvements and build this building, and open those 2 other suites up for lease. And we're willing to take on that lease up risk. Should the other people, the other bakery person we're talking with, not come to fruition. We very much want to see this project happen. And yes, we really want to make this happen, and we're committed to implementing this project.
Councilmember Sparks, I don't know if that addresses your concern on that question.
it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up from the council, but I do have a couple of quick questions in reference to the presentation from Jane Cotati. Is that the appropriate title?
Yeah.
That works.
What's the stigma you're talking about?
I think there is a hesitation when people talk about cannabis. I think it's outdated, but I do think it exists. It's, it has helped so many people in so many ways that we know. I mean, we have experience with. I still think there is a significant amount of people that look at it as a bad thing. We don't at all. Obviously, we've all seen the benefits of it personally or through our patients and guests. Our process is really to educate how much it can help, whether it's as small as anxiety, or if it's as big as cancer. There's something for everybody. And being able to walk into a store that can give you the guidance and the education without the, let's say, judgment, I think it's going to open the eyes of a lot of people, and it will help. And really, at the end of the day, our goal is to help people. We still have a very strong desire to help people.
Thank you. Do you know industry-wide, and maybe with some of the other locations, what percentage of sales are medicinal and what percentage of sales are recreational?
In California is...
Well, in the ones that you operate now?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head now.
Okay, because
I do know in California, it is now easier to... It's easy to go in and get what you need without having to go through getting a medical card. So even if people might have a medical situation, they still might not go through the medical route.
Are there not different tax implications between the recreational and the medicinal?
There are, yes.
Okay, so I'm curious if we could come back with that information, if you know what that is.
Of course, yep.
The information presented in the PowerPoint is all about education and community benefit. I think that there is some community benefit to that in the medicinal arena. My guess, if I were to venture a guess, is that more than half of the sales would be recreational, which would, the only really benefit in that would be economic. With the concern over the safety and the concern of the employees, much like you would have in a winery or in a bar, are there provisions or educational components lined up that would discourage the use of cannabis as an while on the job as an employee? I've just read recently where a couple of facilities had explosions due to employee error, and they felt that they were under the influence of cannabis at the time.
So we have a very strict policy that we do not want people to be high when they're working. And if it is taken as medicine, that certainly it's kind of a gray area. But if they are visibly intoxicated, if they smell, if they are out of sorts in any way, whether it's cannabis or anything else, that's a major infraction. I take it very seriously.
That seems like it's one of those gray areas that's really hard to.
It's very hard. I think that there is a level of really being able to pick up the signs that comes with some experience that helps. But you're right, it is a gray area. I don't have any, there's no wiggle room there for me.
Okay.
If someone is displaying any kind of intoxication, it's a major infraction.
And on this particular site, just to reiterate for those that may not be aware, this is purely a dispensary, correct?
Right.
Okay, so there's no manufacturing or anything like that?
No manufacturing, no cultivation, just retail sales.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any further questions, but at this point, I will open it up for public comment.
Greta Canton, go ahead.
Hi, I would just like to introduce myself. I am the person that is looking to put in a vegetarian cafe and bakery, and I've been in communication with Steve for quite a number of months now, and I don't plan on backing out. I'm very excited about it. I plan to do locally sourced ingredients. I plan to pay a living wage. I plan to have a monthly community-oriented nonprofit donation going into the city of Cotati. I live right down Derby Lane, so I'm just putting myself out there and saying I'm very excited for this to move forward, and I'm committed to this. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Canton.
Mayor Moore, that ends public comment.
Thank you. I will bring this back to the council for further deliberation. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this or any further communication on that? Vice Mayor Lemon.
I think I had it by a nose that time. Very close, Councilmember Harvey. Yeah, just some general comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. First of all, there was a question if we'd be comfortable with giving the city manager extension authority. just for this specific project, as evidently we have typically done with some other projects in similar circumstances in the past. While in general, I do appreciate having these sorts of projects come before us. In this particular case, after everything we've gone through and after the guidelines that have been set up and the timelines and requirements, which are rather strict, I personally would be comfortable doing that in this situation. So I don't have an issue with that. I just wanted to say, I think the property dedication in particular is a very big thing. That strikes me as something that brings a lot of value for safety and for further development for the rest of that area that many people have wanted for a lot of reasons, to make it more walkable, just to make it a better neighborhood for the people that already live there. I really appreciate the effort that I've seen since our initial discussion that Mr. Monahan's put in to address both the staff's concern and the council members and the community concern that he heard. It was a challenging meeting because it was a significant change to the plan, and there wasn't as much clarity as some of us might have liked at exactly what we're going to see. And I appreciate that he's done a lot of work to answer those questions, and not only that, to go a little farther wherever asked to meet the needs of the community. And lastly, I'll just close by saying I was really impressed also with not only the applicant, but Jane as well's environmental goals. They're rather strong, rather impressive, and I do appreciate that. That's a good fit for the community. And I'll just end by saying I noticed that typically many of the requirements that we add, like local preference for hiring, wage requirements, things like that, this was already done for us because it was already there. So with that, I appreciate the time that we took. It may have been difficult to have this short break, but I think it's been valuable. I have a much greater comfort with this, and I'd be willing to support this project tonight, or this extension rather.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lemon. Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Thank you for bringing up the extension, Vice Mayor. I guess I am sort of feeling the same as Councilmember Sparks. I'm encouraged that I see progress going along, but I'm just not feeling like, unless there is exact timelines, deadlines, and we're already, if you will, we've given 90 days. This is for 240 days. That's like another year, that if after that year that another extension is asked for, I would feel much better if it came back to us, because this has been going on since 2016. So it's sort of like, well, how many times do you extend and change things? So I would feel more comfortable if there was another request for an extension, that it came back to the council. I appreciate Mr. Monahan's efforts, and I am hopeful that this hits the ground running, but we have been in this position before, and we've been in this position on this same piece of property. And so until I kind of see doors opening, I'm not going to feel, that we're there yet. So I am supportive. I appreciate Mr. Monahan and his team meeting. I was also contacted and met with them. I appreciate their candidness and their openness to make the changes that everyone has asked for, and would like to see this move forward. But on any future extension, I would prefer if it came back to council. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Councilmember Ford.
Yes, I'd first like to thank the staff who spent time with me going over the plans, to the extent that when Mr. Monahan offered, I didn't feel the need to meet with him because the staff had been so thorough with the plans. I'm comfortable with where the plans have landed. I agree with Vice Mayor Landman that street front dedication is very important. On the further renewal at the decision of the city manager, I'm similarly, I hope that in 240 days you're open, and that we're not back here looking for So I'm a little unclear because I wasn't here when the cannabis permit rules were enacted. My understanding is that for an operating business, the renewals are handled at a staff level, assuming everything is going well. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm a little uncomfortable, as Councilmember Harvey just said, with city manager level continued renewals prior to opening.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Sparks.
I concur. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councilmember Harvey and Councilmember Ford, and I would not feel comfortable supporting this unless we had assurance that it would come back to council for any additional extensions.
Thank you. Mr. Monahan, you had a statement or something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, if I may, I'm comfortable with if we need to come back before the council in 240 days. If that's required, that's totally fine. I think the only mitigating circumstance that I wanted to bring up is, construction and permit reviews and the back and forth to get construction permits approved can sometimes take longer than hoped. I would just hope that the council would be willing to recognize that if we're compliant with our design review submittals, compliant with our submittals to the building department, moving forward as much as we can. There's unforeseen circumstances. Take, for example, PG&E. We're in negotiation with PG&E for our power right now, but sometimes PG&E takes a long time, and there are unforeseen delays that do happen. And we want the understanding. I just want the understanding to be now that we're fully committed to this. We're moving forward. I've got a whole team of designers and engineers and consultants working on turning things around. If there's some delay with state licensing or some issue that are outside of our hands, I would just not want to be penalized for something that we're making forward progress on, and we're moving as diligently forward as we possibly can, to not be penalized for something that's outside of our control.
Thank you. In light of the origination of this particular project and now in its current iteration, how would you feel if we said that we think that this should be done within 180 days instead of 240?
I do not know if we're going to be able to get through the design review process and commission construction documents and get those reviewed by the building department and approved and implemented in 180 days. I'll do my best to move forward with that. But given the back and forth between the plan review process and all of the various pieces that come into real estate development, I think 180 days would be too tight.
Okay. The reason I say that is because I thought it might give some assurance to some of the council that are concerned about having a automatic renewal at 240, because that's what, 9 months. Now we're looking at maybe 6 months. I think our design, our community development planning department and our planning commission are much faster than they used to be on issues. So I don't have a concern in that regard. I think maybe if you really think that there's a concern in construction and PG&E entitlements, et cetera, that could be an issue on that. Vice Mayor Lemon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, listening to my colleagues, I understand the concern. I wonder if we in general have some openness to small degrees of flexibility for circumstances of force majeure, which certainly dealing with PG&E, that you could have no better description. Then I certainly think it would be appropriate to require that this comes back to the council for any extensions, and I'd be happy to support that if that's the will of the council. I think having that mix would work. Further, I think we could ask the city manager, there's numerous checkoff points that give him during this process the ability to track. And if we can have regular updates, I think that'll help alleviate some of the council and public concern about making sure this is timely. And we can follow this and we'll know as that date approaches where we're going and the degree of comfort we have with the progress or hopefully not lack of progress. So with that, certainly I'm open to more discussion, but for just sake of argument, I'd like to move adoption of a resolution approving an extension of the previously approved commercial cannabis retail and distribution permit, allowing Monahan Pacific to operate a retail cannabis facility at 8145 Gravenstein Highway in the commercial Gravenstein Highway CG zoning district, with the change as noted that this will come back to the council for any future extensions.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I would second that motion.
Thank you. There was a hand raised. Is there any further discussion on that motion and that second? Councilmember Ford?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I would support this again with the motion as described by Vice Mayor Landman. Hopefully we don't have to come back to this again, Mr. Monahan.
So too, and I'm going to be
Okay.
working diligently as I can to ensure that we don't.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Sparks, you had a question before we vote on that?
Yes, thank you. Just a quickly clarification, Vice Mayor Landman had mentioned something about force majeure clause. Is that contained in the motion, or I just wanted some clarification on that?
No, I thought it would be a little clunky to put in the motion. I was just looking for a general thumbs up from my colleagues that as a board, we're open to some flexibility for situations where it's obvious effort has been made and outside actions, often described as force majeure beyond the applicant's control, have slowed that down, that we recognize that and show some affability towards that. Is that acceptable? So there's nothing contained in the motion. This is just an expression, a general thumbs up from the council to being open to that.
That we could consider that when it came up for renewal, if that needed to happen.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just a recognition that we have some strict timelines on this, but in a case as described, hopefully something we won't have to see. But if we wind up in that situation, we have some small flexibility for things that would be legitimately outside the control of the applicant or the city.
Thank you.
Probably not an unreasonable thing to ask, I figured.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, would you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Monahan. Thank you much, Leanne, and I appreciate all the work. Staff, thank you for that. We've asked quite a bit, and hopefully that will come to fruition.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time tonight.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
We are at 9:08. We've been on for a couple hours. I don't know if there's a need for a 10-minute bio recess. I'm getting some thumbs up, so we're going to take a bio recess and reconvene at 9:20. Thank you so much. So you can leave your login on, just if you want to close your video and your microphone. And I'm currently way behind. You're all starting to look a little bit more refreshed.
Not feeling it. I had my second shot last night, so I'm feeling like I have the flu tonight.
Did you really? I had mine yesterday at 3 o'clock, and I'm feeling worse and worse as the night goes on.
Yeah.
I also had my second shot yesterday afternoon. Glad to hear we're all
I'm
getting
just
it,
going
though.
to be the voice of experience here and say you all made a grave technical error.
I know. I made
Or
it
at
a
least
month ago,
scheduling
though.
error, shall we say. Well, as we're making our comments and questions, I'll try to keep that in mind because I remember how I felt and wasn't that great.
How long did it last you, Mark?
24 hours of feeling bad. The day after that, much better. Still a few little weird symptoms. You know, my wife had a couple of headaches. I had a little sinus pain. You know, again, same sort of thing. And 48 hours later, just fine. Wouldn't hardly know. So it'll go quickly, but that first day, you don't get to escape, I don't think.
Yeah.
A little different symptoms for everybody, but in general, you just feel like you got the flu.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, I'm very happy that you all got your shots. Congratulations. Yes. I look forward to seeing you all in person again someday, and hopefully they're not that distant a future perhaps. That would be very nice.
It's getting tiring sitting out here in the street in front of City Hall.
Can get cold later in the year.
Yeah, it's probably pretty cold.
Poor Ben just sits out there waiting for people.
I had to rent a spotlight.
Well, we are now at 9:20. It looks like we have all of our council members present. So with that, thank you for the indulgence on that, and we will move on to our regular agenda item 11B, first annual police chief report to the community. Chief Parrish, now that you're all rested and refreshed, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to present the Cotati Police Department 2020 Annual Report. So what I'm presenting tonight is an overview of the annual report, not the literal report, because there's a lot of text and narrative that I didn't want to read verbatim. But I do encourage everyone to read it in our community. This will be on our city website for all to see. You'll see there's a lot of photos that go with the annual report as well. And that is us right there. That's your department with the Folletti Ranch in the background. And the city clerk is kind enough to volunteer to move the slides for me. So Lauren, if you could go to the next slide. So the report starts with a message from me. Again, it's quite a bit of text. So I wanted to just do an overview for you. So I'm happy to report that in 2020, dispatch of police officer ranks were at full strength. Now, full disclosure, that's 2020. In early 21, we did lose a dispatcher, but I do want to let you know that the dispatcher did not lateral to another police agency. For whatever reason, we're lucky and we are not experiencing the turnover of officers and dispatchers that other departments in the region are having. Since I've been here, I've strived to build a diverse team here at the police department. I'm ever expanding community policing philosophy through outreach. We remain proactive in reducing crime, increasing traffic safety, enhancing citizen and business engagement, and and the overall well-being of the city. Focusing on training on employee health and wellness, effective ways to engage those who are in mental health crisis, and understanding implicit bias, enhancing de-escalation tactics, and we're working on collecting the RIPA data that we've been talking about for probably about close to the last 6 months. I did say there's a lot of photographs. This is one of my favorite. So this was 2019. This event was the City Halloween, not City Halloween, but City Halloween at City Hall. And we ran across this young gentleman, and the police department, we were handing out glow sticks for safety at night for the trick-or-treaters. This was a daytime event. So we were handing out these glow sticks. We ran across this young man in police uniform and asked his family if we could take our photo with him and put it on social media. They agreed, and this was a big hit on Facebook. And again, one of my favorite photos. Next slide, please. So as we all know, in 2020, we saw COVID coming. We first saw it on the East Coast. We knew it was coming our way. And it started just spreading across the nation. We were forced to close our lobby. We did that to protect employees and to protect the public. We did have an intercom outside to talk to people. And as I mentioned, we kept our customer service. And an example I gave was the dispatchers coming up with the idea to allow us to do fix-it tickets for people so that they could make their court date in time and other things. So I did change our employee shifts. I did that so that we weren't commingling. So we have 2 sides of the week, and I did my best to keep us separated. Although with a small police department, when there's absentee due to sickness, training, whatever, it's sometimes unavoidable, but we did the best we can. We did wear additional protective personal equipment gear, and we did make fewer self-initiated contacts just to avoid getting contaminated with the virus because we're a 24/7 institution here, and we just needed to keep it going. And again, not only patrol, but dispatch. And, dispatch is also responsible for Sonoma State as well, not just the city of Cotati. But we remain on duty 24/7. We got through this in 2020. I will share that we did have a sworn member that got COVID-19. We did arrest people that had COVID-19. I would get contacted by the sheriff's department and be told that, hey, we have somebody in our jail and your officer is the arrestee. So at first we didn't have rapid tests. So we did some quarantining of employees. We eventually moved to the rapid testing, which helped greatly. We did daily temperature checks. I told employees, if you're sick, stay home, get tested. Again, we did get through this. And then we were fortunate enough to have the vaccine available to law enforcement. And that was the entire police department in January. And I, along with other police employees, we got the Pfizer shots, and we're in a good place now. Next slide, please. So this is our organizational chart. You'll see it starts with me at the top, then it works down at Katie Holderman. A PSA is a police services aide. She's just kind of a jack of all trades, does a little bit of everything. Under our lieutenant, Doug Indy, you'll see to the right, our community service officer, Carrie Peoples, answers to the lieutenant, as does dispatch, and as does the sergeants. And then you'll see that under the sergeants are the corporals. It's a lower level of supervisory positions for the department. That's kind of the gateway to sergeant is a corporal. And then under that, you will see our officers answering to the corporals there. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just some graphs. I'm going to go into some crime analysis and review and statistics in these next slides. So you'll see that in 29, the orange part, the officer initiated activity was 65%. And then when you look at 2020, it drops to 56%. There were more total events in 19 compared to 2020. But you'll see where the calls for service are 35% compared to the calls for service at 44% in 2020, which is a little different. Next slide, please. So here we get into some statistics. So these are arrests, 2019 compared to 2020. So there are more, of course, in 2019. The blue graph is actual arrest, and the orange graph is cited, which you could be cited and released. When you look at the gray, you'll see that says other, and that 849 is a penal code that allows us to release somebody without charging them. So that would be for somebody's safety. So for example, somebody can't care for themselves because they've drank too much. They can't care for their own safety or others. We can take them to the county jail and book them, but then they would be released without a court date. There's also a place called Orinda House, and Orinda House is in Santa Rosa. And that's not a jail, but that's a place to take people that we think have a alcohol problem. And Orinda House will keep them and sober them till they sober up, offer them some water and some food, and then give them some material such as AA and other avenues for recovery. Again, quite a bit of difference. The 364 in 2019 compared to 2020 at 234 is significant. Next slide, please. So these are our violent crime statistics. Sorry to report that there's a homicide in 19 and 20. I will share with you that these crimes were immediately reported. Cotati police responded swiftly. Both of these perpetrators in 19 and 20 were immediately apprehended, and homicide trials sometimes take years. So we are actively working with the district attorney's office to prosecute the perpetrators of both of these homicides. Even though there's less activity in 20 compared to 19, as far as rape goes, there are 2 more. Robberies are down. And then aggravated assault is up. I really can't explain why aggravated assault is up. I am surprised. One of the reasons I'm surprised is medical doctors are mandated reporters. And so some of our crime reports come through these mandated reporters. So for example, if somebody went to a physician with a broken arm and the physician didn't believe what the patient was telling them, if they think that, they're mandated to call law enforcement. So a lot of people were doing doctor's appointments by Zoom because of COVID-19. So I am a little surprised that was up. And remember that teachers are also mandated reporters. So a child they could see a child with some injuries and end up calling law enforcement. But as you know, a lot of teaching was done from home by parents. Next slide, please. And then here's property crime. You know, a little bit of a difference here. Again, you know, less reports made in 2020. However, larceny is up. And theft of personal property is up a little bit. And I just question whether or not that is due to unemployment, perhaps. But again, you know, statistics are kind of unknown sometimes. Motor vehicle theft was pretty much the same. And then we just had one arson incident in 19. Next slide, please. And these are overall just crime statistics for 1920. So assault other is not, so aggravated assault is like serious assault. Assault other is a lower level misdemeanor assault. So that was down. Fraud was down. Stolen properties similar. Vandalism, a little bit of difference, a little bit up of a rise in 20. Weapons offenses were the same. Sexual offense other, there was 3 in 20 compared to 0 in 19. So sexual offense other is not a rape. It's more of like a sexual battery type crime. Drug offenses were down. That may be because there's less officer contact out there because of COVID. Here's a big one. So look at the difference in driving under the influence in 2019 compared to 2020. Are there less drunk drivers out there? Maybe not. Again, less cars being pulled over by our police officers who are trying to avoid getting the virus. Bars aren't open. During 2020, a lot of people weren't going to restaurants, so they were, you know, buying alcohol at grocery stores or other places. And so I think there's quite a few variables that changed that statistic, but that's quite a big drop. On alcohol violation, so there's 1 in 19 and 4 in 2020. I think that has to do again with the bars not operating in Cotati, along with drunkenness. So you look at 28 compared to 8 in 28 and 19 compared to 2020, there was 8 again, I think because of bars being closed. And that could also migrate over to disorderly conduct as well. Next slide, please. So citizen complaints. In 2020, we've received 7 out of 13,355 events. So that's a complaint rate of 0.05%. And categories of complaints are procedural. What that means is somebody not agreeing the way police did the business and our business. And I've seen any complaint from parking complaints would be procedural, or somebody being pulled over for running a stop sign, but then it leads to other things and they could just question the procedure. Conduct unbecoming is just officer conduct, bad conduct. And then there's use of force. The chart shows, you know, that sliver there. I can share with you that all law enforcement agencies that have body worn cameras, when they went to body worn cameras, they did see citizen complaints decline. Next slide, please. So we had 2 police town hall meetings in 2020. Before that, I had not had town hall meetings. We had area officer meetings, and me and the city manager, met with every HOA in the city prior to 2020, but the town hall meetings were new. These meetings were at the request of city council, and this was following the George Floyd incident and some other policing issues in the United States. Out of these meetings, there were some recommendations for next steps, which included early implementation of RIPA, and creation of this annual report to the community, and a review of the annual RIPA reports for best practices, and to reaffirm our commitment to train our officers above and beyond post standards, including implicit bias training and de-escalation training, updating the citizen complaint form and making it available on the website, conducting a community survey on racism, and working with a third party to conduct a policy compliance review to ensure policies, training, and best practices are aligned. That photograph on the bottom there, that was a march from Sonoma State University to the Cotati Police Department. This was a peaceful protest, and it was right after the George Floyd incident. Next slide, please. So since then, we've positioned ourselves to begin collecting RIPA data 6 months early, which is going to be in July. We talked about January 1st of 2020, but DOJ told Sonoma County, that's not the law. We're supposed to be collecting this in January of 22, but they have agreed to start receiving our data, our RIPA data, in July. And so we are in testing mode right now with the software and hardware for the counties that belong to the computer-aided dispatch record management system. I would say it's countywide, but there's a couple of jurisdictions that don't participate. But the agencies that participate, and Cotati is one of them, we do have the software in place to test, and we're confident we'll be collecting the data in July. The city did conduct the survey on racism in Cotati, and that was presented to council. We've updated and republished our use of force policy, which is on the police website. It's consistent with all of the new assembly bills regarding police procedures. We're updating our citizen complaint form. As I said, we're one of the key points in the town hall meetings was undertaking a policy compliance review. We have a third-party vendor that's looking at that now. We've received implicit bias and de-escalation training. Not that we haven't before as a police department, but just updated ones. I personally attended implicit bias training as the police chief. Found it very interesting. Learned some new things, and I have a better understanding of the term implicit bias. Honestly, I didn't really understand this term, but after the training, I certainly do, and I'm glad I took it. It was worthwhile. We're hoping that the passage of Measure O will hopefully be a key part of solutions for calls for service relating to mental health. And what I'm talking about is funding for that, hopefully. And just hopefully the county will be a partner with us on that. I also want to not just have our sworn members, not just our police officers, have additional training regarding implicit bias and de-escalation training. I want our dispatchers as well as our police officers to understand implicit bias, because they are the ones that take the initial calls for service. They need to understand it. So I'm going to ensure that our dispatchers receive the same training as the officers do regarding implicit bias and de-escalation in the future. Next slide, please. So as I said, we're positioned, oh, okay, sorry. No, you got it right, Lauren. I was jumping ahead of you. So our policies, our department policy manual is available on the website. If we update it, we republish it and put it back on. In the past, and I can do this in the future, when we do make significant changes, I can leave the old policies up and put the new ones on. That way the public can see the changes that were made. I did that during the 2 town hall meetings, made that available for people to see. Senate Bill 230 for law enforcement is the use of deadly force and training policies. We updated that. Assembly Bill 1506 is police use of force. There was change in that. We've updated that policy. Assembly Bill 932, peace officers using deadly force, that was updated. And our policies are regularly updated to ensure compliance with current laws and best practicing in policing. And you are welcome to go to our website, as always, and read our policies. Next slide, please. Oh, one thing I wanted to, before I move on, was there was public comment regarding cahoots tonight. I wanted to share with you that me and City Manager Obid, we've had a meeting with cahoots. We've had a presentation from them. And right now, we are considering and looking at partnering with Roanoke Park, Sebastopol, and Cotati. And we're using, so Petaluma is going to be entering into a pilot model this summer. And so the 3 cities are going to be looking into Petaluma's pilot model. And we are looking at cahoots. We're looking at how to fund it. But we may be using that model soon. It's a matter of funding, you know, is Major O going to help? We hope. There's also some federal funding perhaps that we could use. I'm totally on board with cahoots. After the presentation from cahoots, when I was with the city manager, I was a lot more comfortable with it. So they shared with us that that cahoots calls for service are triaged by police department dispatch centers. So I'm comfortable because if it's something that's dangerous for somebody from cahoots to respond to, not just dangerous for cahoots, but dangerous for whoever's in mental health crisis, whoever's families with the person in mental health crisis, the dispatchers can have the option to send law enforcement when appropriate. However, I am sure that many times, and I would say more than sending police officers, they would send cahoots. So I do support the cahoots model moving forward. Next slide, please. So as far as training goes, Cotati Police Department is a California Commission on Peace Officers and Standards Training post-certified agency. The Commission on Post is a state agency, and they continually audit our department and other departments for training compliance to make sure we're in compliance. However, California, compared to other states, it just has higher standards than already nation-leading standards. California has the most training out of any state. And then here at Cotati, we have additional training that other departments don't. And one example is crisis intervention training. That's dealing with people in mental health. We don't just send our police officers to that. We also send our dispatchers to that training as well. It's just an example the training level here at Cotati Police Department. And with police reform moving forward, we're just going to have more and more training. So I'm in budget now. I'm getting ready to prepare a budget. In my budget is definitely an increased training budget, because we're behind. For one reason, we're behind on perishable skills training because of COVID. For that, so I need additional training budget for that, and because we're going to just add more and more training moving forward. COVID has not stopped us from all training. We have participated in virtual trainings. My implicit bias training was virtual, and we've conducted firearms qualifications because we just have to keep in compliance with that. And that's just all of our department personnel. We're not commingling with other departments. And by the way, on firearms qualifications, I have Sergeant Gooden. He's our range master. I make sure that he comes up with don't shoot scenarios, not just shoot scenarios. That way police officers are trained also when not to use deadly force. Next slide, please. So this is a first. So in the existence of Cotati Police Department, I'm told by other chiefs and people at the police academy that the Cotati Police Department has never had a recruit training officer assigned to the police academy. We have two. First, it was Tyler Wardle, our officer, and then most recently, Sergeant Gaio is assigned to the police academy. And so their cadre, their part-time cadre at the police academy, and they are there to help our future. When I say our future, these police cadets will go to the sheriff's office, police departments in our county, and they are there to help make the best peace officers, make them as good as they can be, and make them contemporary, and just make sure that the police academy is producing police officers that we want out there on the streets protecting us. Next slide, please. So twice a year, we have our neighborhood area officers meetings. There's 6 areas in the city. If you're wondering what beat you live in, you can go on the website and this map, you can zoom in on it. If you question which beat you're in, it'll show your street and you'll be able to see what zone you're in. There's an officer assigned to each of the area. Their phone numbers and emails are available to you. You're welcome to reach out to them and ask them questions. If you want them to come to your HOA, you can reach out and have them come to your HOA. And again, these are held twice a year. We just did some in February, and the officers rotate annually. That way officers get to know the different beats and people in their beats, and then the citizens get to know different officers as well. So in the future, I would encourage any resident or business owner to attend these meetings. And if you can't attend the meeting, I encourage you to reach out to your officer for any questions that you have. Next slide. Yeah, so these fires, they don't seem to ever stop. We've been to other wildfires besides 2020. But as you know, these were some of the bigger ones of 2020 were the Wall Bridge and the glass fires. When these wildfires returned in 2020, they threatened incorporated and unincorporated communities. So our officers responded to the fires for mutual aid. And what they did was they assisted fire and law, allied agencies in evacuation. So they help evacuate people. They were at roadblocks for citizen safety so that people didn't try to go back and reoccupy their property because that's not safe. And they also did some patrols for anti-looting as well. And next slide, please. So animal control. So the Cotati Police Department, we are in charge. The police department is in charge for animal control for the entire city. So our primary person is for animal control is Community Service Officer or CSO Carrie Peoples. That's Carrie holding her 30-year anniversary cake, and that was probably 2 years ago. So Carrie responds to most of these. When she's not available, our police officers respond to animal control calls for service. These are not just cats and dogs, but wild animals and just all kinds of interesting animals here in Cotati, because it's quasi farmland as well, and you can have livestock in Cotati. One call for service that comes to mind is there was a lemon tree and all of the lemons had fallen on the ground, and like this 300-pound pig at an adjacent property made an escape and was eating all of these lemons on the ground. So we do have some interesting animal control calls for service. Carrie's also in charge of dog licensing. We hope that everyone licenses their dogs, because when your dogs get loose, it's just easier for it's easier for the dog, it's easier for the pet owner, and it's easier for the police department to reunite animals when they get loose. So please license your dog, contact Carrie for that, or you can go online as well. Carrie also is in charge of parking enforcement, vehicle abatements, and she manages our police evidence. So the city of Cotati, we contract with Roanoke Park Animal Shelter for sheltering animals. So it's the law, it's California law that a city has to have an animal shelter. And so we contract with Roanoke Park Animal Shelter for those services. Next slide, please. Dispatch. So I know we talked about dispatch tonight. Again, I'm just very proud of 2020, them working through this pandemic, getting rapid tests and working 12-hour shifts and becoming teachers all of a sudden at home because their kids had to Zoom from home for school. So just very proud of them. But so Cotati Police Department, we employ 6 police dispatcher clerks, and that's to cover 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So our dispatch center is a PSAP. It's a public safety answering point. That means we receive all 911 calls regarding whether it's cell phones or landlines, they'll come here. And then the dispatchers triage, whether it's law enforcement, fire, or medical that needs to respond. Sometimes it's all 3. We're also responsible not just for our city, but for the Sonoma State University campus, dispatching their police officers. We have a contract with them. So dispatchers also, it's not just 911 calls, they also answer regular police business calls for the city and the university and answer their questions. And our dispatchers are also clerks. So they're dispatcher clerks. They process police records, public records requests. They prepare packets to go to the district attorney for prosecution. They are a very busy bunch and a very important part of this police department. Next slide, please. So you'll recall that I presented at one of the council meetings not too long ago that these officers got the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers Award. Yes, these are 2019 arrests. However, they received the award in 2020. So this is Officer Mo Hamadi and Anthony Garber were recognized by MAD. Combined, they arrested 56 drunk drivers in 2019, and they were the proud recipients, and they actually wear a ribbon on their uniform that was given to them by the MAD organization. Next slide.
Mike, before you go on, I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute because we now have a requirement if we're going to go beyond 10 o'clock that we need a motion to authorize that.
So moved. This is Councilmember Harvey.
Second from Vice Mayor Landman.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, could you take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Sparks.
No.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. And I was going to say, Councilmember Sparks, if you're feeling really that bad, we would understand if you needed to bow out.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not so much that, it's that I feel that this is something that members of the public might want to comment on, and I don't feel it's fair to ask them to keep staying up past 10 p.m. just to be able to comment. So I would feel more comfortable if we continued this discussion at the next meeting.
Well, thank you. But since we do have a motion, a second, and it has passed, we will continue. So thank you very much for your input on that. And thank you, Chief, for your indulgence.
Yeah, no problem, Mayor. I can move. We're getting close to the end of this presentation. So patrol, there's a very patriotic picture of Ryan Sullivan. So like dispatch, obviously patrols, this is a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year operation. We try to have 2 officers on always because one could get tied up, arresting somebody and have to go to jail. If that's the case, we rely on Runner Park and to cover us, or even Sonoma State University Police Department officers can back us up as well. So of course we respond to in-progress calls for service. We conduct traffic enforcement. We do supplement the CSO in parking enforcement. We do vacation house checks. As mentioned, animal control response. We do business checks. And then we back up. When I say back up, provide mutual aid to allied law enforcement agencies that need assistance. Next slide, please. So this is our canine team. So that's Officer Brian Deaton, and Remo is our dog. Remo is a Champenois. I did not make that up. He's crossbred German Shepherd and Belgian Malinois. So they called these dogs Champenois. He's dual purpose trained, which means that he can apprehend violent offenders. So you only send a dog on serious felonies. You cannot have a canine apprehend a non-violent offender per our policy. He does detect cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. He does not detect, he has not been trained to detect cannabis. So he will not hit on cannabis because Prop 64 legalized cannabis. He is available for mutual aid to other agencies. If he's on duty and they need him, we will send them to help. And we got Remo through a grant, through Sean Canine's grant program. Next slide, please. We also have a traffic officer, and this is supported. This was brought back by Major G and I guess S now. So we're fortunate enough to have a traffic officer here at Cotati. This is a full-time position. Officer Ryan Rinke is that officer. Even through COVID, we were fortunate enough to have motor officer training conducted in Alameda County by the sheriff's office there. They had a social distance class for motor officers. We got them through that. Ryan's primary duty is traffic enforcement, and he's also assigned to traffic accident investigations. And you can, if you have a traffic complaint in your area of your city where you're at, you can go on the city website and submit a traffic complaint directly to Ryan. Next slide, please. So I'm happy to say that in 2020, we were awarded a Office of Traffic Safety grant. So we received $28,000 in for the federal fiscal year 2021. So we're actively using that grant. Matter of fact, we're using it this week, Thursday and Friday, to combat distracted driving, also known as texting and driving or using your cell phone. We'll be doing that this week. Again, this funding is used to increase traffic safety, which is a goal of one of the goals of City Council is increasing traffic safety. And we focus on factors that cause collisions, speeding, distracted driving, impaired driving. And so this grant will be also used to pay for training related to field sobriety testing and advanced impaired driver recognition, meaning beyond just alcohol, but recognizing other drugs that impair drivers. Next slide, please. Our cadets and volunteers, we have this program. It's been here, I think, probably since the existence of the police department. Cadets are the younger people, and volunteers are adults that are here to assist the department. They provide, we provide hands-on experience for future in law enforcement if they wish to do that. The cadets are typically high school students, and they help us with mutual aid for parades and other events. And sometimes they go on ride-alongs with officers. They attend in-house trainings conducted by officers and dispatchers. And sometimes they go on criminal justice field trips. And then volunteers help us with some of our daily duties, such as processing alarm permits. I am proud to say that many of our cadets have gone on to be police officers, deputy sheriffs, correctional deputies, and 911 dispatchers as well. And next slide. So this slide in the background there, you see the Rancho Adobe fire truck. So our partnerships with the fire district, the Rancho Adobe Fire District, Sonoma State University Police Department, and the Roanoke Park Public Safety have never been stronger. It's just a really good environment right now. And I'm happy to report that. And together, all of us together, it just makes Cotati and Roanoke Park just a safer community to be in. And again, I've never seen it better regarding that. Next slide. So we only have one public school in Cotati, and that's Thomas Page Academy, and it's kindergarten through 8. It's administrated through the Roanoke Park Cotati School District. We have a strong working relationship with students, faculty, and their administration. We've held fundraising events for them. We've had cocoa with a cop because you don't want to give kids caffeine because that could be bad. We, on the fundraising for 2 years in a row there, we fully funded every student's school supplies for the entire school. So that was over 400 students. And the shoe distribution, we did that with, we were invited to work with New Hope Church to do that. And we did a shoe distribution, which one event was measuring all these kids. That was tough. The easy one was delivering all the shoes. That was fun. And of course, we perform daily walkthroughs to enhance school safety and make sure that parents are seeing us there and make sure that teachers are seeing us there and as well as students. Next slide. So, community outreach has been huge, especially in the past 5 years. I would say we've ramped it up. I don't know if you've been with a cop, but there's officers Cunningham and Rinke and their Starbucks outfits there. Starbucks, Cotati, I guess they're being baristas for a day. National Night Out is huge. We have over 400 people for that. That's held at La Plaza Park. We do an annual toy drive. That's with Rancho Adobe Fire District and Rotary. And then in recent years, we do cookies with Santas. This time we did a drive-through one because of COVID. Next slide. And then social media. So as you know, we're on Facebook and Instagram. I know the slide shows 3,500 friends on Facebook. I checked today, we're up to 3,750. My goal was to get to 3,000, but now I want to get to 4,000 on Facebook. And we have 1,800 followers on Instagram. And then Nixle, you'll see that for a Nixle, I send emails usually. I don't send a text unless it's an emergency, because I know other agencies send a lot of text and I don't like doing that. I like to save the text for emergencies. But if you don't follow us on social media, I wish you would. If you don't have Nixle, if you text your zip code as the slide shows, that number, you can start getting Nixle alerts. And I would hope you follow us on Facebook or Instagram. And that is, Mayor, that is the last slide. And I would just close with, that is the 2020 report. In 2022, there will be the 2021 report. So if there's something that that council wants me to add for 2022, I would be happy to do that. And again, thank you for allowing me to present this.
Thank you, Chief Parrish. I appreciate all that. Don't know if we have any questions right now from council members for Chief Parrish. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Parrish, I just wanted to say thank you very much for so many of the great things that you shared that are going on. I think it's wonderful that you've gone to the implicit bias training, and that having the dispatchers attend that is a great idea too. I'm really grateful for your support of Cahoots, saying that you're behind it, and I think that's wonderful. I'm really happy to hear how well we're collaborating with other agencies around us. And I saw that you're striving to hire a diverse workforce. So to your question is, if there's anything we'd like to see in future reports, I would love to see you kind of highlight that and have some statistics about how our workforce, like the diversity of our workforce. And yeah, so that's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sparks. Councilmember Ford.
Just had a quick question, Chief Parrish, about the training officers at the JC Police Academy. How does that, is that sort of the city donates the services of those officers to the police academy, or is that a contract with the city for those officers? I can see a benefit to the city. Obviously, we want to be first in line for your recruits when you need to hire people, but I'm just curious how it works.
Yeah, you're right. I do want them up there trying to find our future officers for sure. That's correct. So this is outside employment, council member. So the city does not fund this. They're actually paid by the JC. And one of my rules is it can't interfere with their full-time employment here.
Sure. Okay, great. Yeah.
But good question. It's a great benefit for our officers. It's good for our police department, and it's good for the trainings.
Thank you, Chief. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Two questions real quickly. The first one might be more for the chief, but whoever wants to answer it's welcome to. One of the key things it mentioned in terms of direction that was given and improvements we're making on packet page 81, number 7, is working with a third party consultant to conduct policy compliance reviews to ensure policies, training, and practices are aligned. And to put it simply, to make sure that when issues happen, it's generally due to lax adherence to established policies, to make sure that our culture is healthy and we're doing the things we say we're doing. And having a background and worked in a fire district where we had many changes in culture over the decades I was there, I could see the difference it made in the workforce and in the quality of service we provided for the public. So it's a really important thing to me. And I wanted to ask, is there any reason we couldn't make this a regular action, perhaps biannually like the polling? I imagine it's something that creeps. You might not need to check it every year, but I'd like to see that come back if we could. That's the first question. And let's see, where's my notes here? The second thing I wanted to ask is related to that. You asked what we'd like to see, Chief, going forward with these reports. And what I envision the police report is having more to it, perhaps being almost a meeting in of itself. I'd like to see the RIPA report when those come out as part of that, so we can go over what are the new best practices in training that we're looking at adopting and have a public discussion of those. When we do have a biannual survey on policing and racism in the town, that we can go over those results and track that as we promised we would. And then potentially, as I asked, if we do make a regular practice of doing that third-party survey or review, which I think would be valuable, to present that too. So I guess the question is, can we do that third-party review on a regular basis? And could we add those things to the police report? Because I think it would make it much more valuable in terms of oversight and keying the community and involving in what we're doing to keep on top of best practices and move the town and the department forward.
Yeah, so we can certainly add all of those. So we will add the diversity component, that report, as Councilmember Sparks wishes to do. I will be reporting on RIPA data because it'll be from July to the end of the year. So there'll be 6 months of RIPA data. We can certainly report out on any racism surveys as well. And then for the third-party review for police policies and procedures, that will be reported this year. And I could talk to the city manager about future reporting on that, like, as you suggest, perhaps biannually, annually, or whatever that looks like. But this third-party review will be presented to council at some point this year.
And I think that's great, Chief. I think we should present that as soon as possible. I know there'll be an interest in that. I just do think that as we go forward in the next year, obviously this first year, we couldn't align all these things to happen at the same time because they're all moving at different speeds, RIPA, the survey, all these things. But if we can pull them into one comprehensive report on where we're at and how we're doing, I think that would just make this even more valuable. So thank you for those answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Chief, I guess the only additional thing that I would ask for is, I know that we have the beat meetings twice a year. I would like to see those even more frequently and at different times, because I know sometimes people struggle with availability and things. So I think quarterly, if you want the officers to really kind of get to know people, I think the more frequently that you have them, I think we might get a better turnout. But thank you for the report. I thought it was, for our first report, I thought it was great. There was a lot of information there. There's always room for improvement. And I think that you're moving in the right direction with looking forward at the things that we can report on and continue on. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Harvey. Chief Parrish, I think that was a very good report, especially since it was the first one that we've actually had in that type of format to the city council. I am encouraged with the engagement with the community over the years that we've talked about and how you have done outreach for that. I think that's great, and we can continue along those paths. And then, of course, the additional training, implicit bias training, and things like that. I think it's just so critical, especially nowadays. But I do appreciate that, and I think it's great. Councilmember Sparks, you had another question or statement?
Thank you. As a question I forgot to ask from my list, which was that in the written report, it mentioned that you had led the community in implementing use of force reporting within the computer-aided dispatch system. And I was wondering, there just wasn't enough context for me to fully understand what happened there. Could you just explain a little bit about what that was?
Yeah, so without the software, like, for example, like for petty thefts, the way they're coded in the record management system and computer-aided dispatch, that some data is easy to mine like that. You can mine that data, but with use of force, it's just not that simple. You have to almost look at every case to see if there was some form of resistance to mine that data. It's just overwhelming and inconsistent. So moving forward, as recently as last week, me and the city manager had a meeting with the consortium. That's the computer-aided dispatch record management system consortium that we belong to. We are moving forward with software. We're gonna track that with software, and I'll be providing that information in the 22 report for whatever occurs in 21. We are tracking it better. We have a manual form that we're using to track use of force. And when I talk about use of force, that could even be, this could be a non-arrest. This could be putting somebody in the wrap. The wrap is a safety blanket that's Velcro and wraps around you. We could put somebody in a wrap just for their own safety and it not be an arrest. We're going to code, that's going to be coded as use of force. So anything like that will be coded as use of force, including exhibiting of firearms. So there's going to be a new and improved report for 22 regarding 21 on that. And then Mayor, I appreciate your comments on the community outreach. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to post COVID times. I want to have a coffee with a cop at the ranch is what I'm hoping to do at Farmster. Coffee with a cop. So change it up. Cotati style.
Thank you, Chief. And then I'd also like to point out that when we talked about the data regarding the use of force and then implementing a field that would allow us to track that more within the consortium, that is all the police agencies around here as well, correct? So it's not just us on that?
It would be all the ones that belong to the consortium will be able to use this data. It's easier to say who doesn't belong. It's Sebastopol, Hillsburg, Cloverdale do not belong to the consortium, but everybody else.
Okay, so yeah, it wasn't just us that didn't have that particular module.
Correct.
Okay.
And Sonoma State was also on that call, and they're very interested in that module as well. Great. Which is good because we dispatch them and they're our partners. So they were on that call as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lehman.
Very quickly, because I know I already had a chance to speak, but like Councilmember Sparks, I was a little unclear in the history of what happened with the use of force reporting issue versus the computerization module for it. And I just want to clarify, if I'm understanding what I read in the packet right, it would seem it was actually our actions in looking into this and finding that this module was there unused. Are we the ones that are pushing, trying to get the rest of the consortium to adopt it? Would that be a fair statement?
It would be a fair statement if we added that Sonoma State was right there with us. So it's Cotati and Sonoma State actually driving this.
Good. Well, I
So I'm sure that
appreciate
makes
that. And I
Councilman,
thought if that was the case, I
Councilmember
wanted
Ford
to make
gotta be
sure I
happy.
underlined that.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you,
would-
Chief.
Yeah, I see a thumbs up from Councilmember Ford for some reason. I don't know.
Thank you so much. And I know it's getting late, but what I will do, even though to me it does not seem like an action item, I am going to open it up for public comment. Ms. Burgess, if you would see if there's anyone there that would like to comment on this.
Lori Alderman, go ahead.
Well, I've been waiting for a whole hour to tell you this. The online webcast has been having problems for first 10 minutes. It didn't have video. And then the last 50 minutes you haven't had audio. So the channel 28 is working, so people can go there, and then people can go on Zoom, but the webcast hasn't been working. And at 10 o'clock, when you called the motion for extending time, you didn't ask for citizens comment, and that was an action item. So you need to make sure that you're paying attention to how long you're speaking on these agenda items without checking in with the rest of the world. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so very much. Yes. Anyone else?
Marjorie Crumpshears, go ahead.
Oh, finally. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Sparks, for your thoughtfulness regarding those of us who are not on the council and are sitting somewhat uncomfortably and tiredly at home. Chief Parrish, thank you for this report. It is very encouraging that you are implementing RIPA and you're following up with your promise sooner than it is mandated. I and I am ecstatic that you're on the same page with this and working along with others. I do have a couple of questions. One is, do you have any, and you don't have to answer this now, but I'm going to put them out there. Do you have any female officers who go out in cars the way the males do? That's number one. Number two, I was alarmed at the low level of complaints. And I have been sitting here trying to figure out why that might be. And I'm coming to the thought that the police need to be more connected to the community. And I think that you see that too. So I support more opportunities for citizens to meet with the police. I support having police officers on bikes, on foot. Our town is small. And I strongly support looking at the support a police oversight committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Titone.
Hi, I just want to iterate that in Sonoma County is still reeling from the George Floyd's murder a year ago. And we're still reeling from the police response by the county to George Floyd protesters, which were outlined in the Commission of Human Rights Sonoma County report. We're reeling now from Dante Wright, who was killed. We're reeling from the recent news that the expert witness defending Derek Chauvin is a veteran from the Santa Rosa Police Department, Barry Broad. And these issues affect all of Sonoma County, not just the cities in which those departments reside. We're reeling from incidents of police brutality that have happened over the past year. These are not going away, and we need every department in Sonoma County to have police oversight, and we need to be reevaluating the role of police in our society. I'm in favor of cahoots. I believe we need strong oversight for the department. I was alarmed to see that when Minhwa Lee reached out about a hate crime to the police department of Cotati, he felt like he had to explain what a hate crime is. That it wasn't clear. And that's just not acceptable. There's this duality of police sometimes behaving like vigilantes, like Derek Chauvin, going way outside the law. And then when we have communities of color, they actually need help, it becomes a sort of like, can you tell me how to do my job? We need the officers of Cotati to be well aware of hate crimes, what constitutes one, and being able to effectively communicate that. I am really hopeful that we can get all of Sonoma County on board with a re-evaluating and redesigning police in our communities, making it so that we don't have incidents like George Floyd, like Dante right here. We need to be able to prevent this, because Black lives don't just matter when a Black person is killed, they matter before that. And we need to embody that in this community. We need to have concrete goals to make it so that we don't have incidents in which police are murdering people of color.
Thank you.
Allegra Wilson.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling, I just wanted to make a couple of comments regarding the report. One thing that I've learned is that training, implicit bias training is nice, but it doesn't actually change behavior. There's data to show that officers trained in implicit bias commit the same types of brutality against people of color. And you can even see kind of a thread of that when you think about the challenge that Minhwa Lee had encountered when reporting a hate crime. All that training and not a lot of bang for your buck, unfortunately. I would say that as you consider implementing cahoots, you need to consider implementing it with strong community involvement and oversight from groups representing many different backgrounds, different people of color, people with disabilities, mental health, people across the spectrum. So be aware of who's involved as you begin to create that program. And the last thing I want to say is just that your police officers should not be in schools. Your community outreach should not be at schools. That's part of the school to prison pipeline. And perhaps some of that funding could be taken. If you're concerned about funding cahoots, you could use that money to in a better direction, because as it stands, it's really not okay to have cops in schools. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Minhwa Lee. Minhwa, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the report, Chief. I just want to say, as a victim of, we just experienced a very traumatic experience through racism firsthand. When as Michael pointed out, when I went to the police station to report the hate crime, I'm just really not happy with the response that I got. He just said, "So what do you want out of this?" It was just not an answer that I expected when I was reporting a hate crime with clear video evidence. And I even, at one point in our conversation, I even pulled out my phone to Google hate crime right out of the government California website. Was informing him on what a hate crime exactly was when a person was motivated by hate on prejudice of someone's race targets somebody else. And at one point, I felt like I persuaded him that whatever happened was a hate crime. And I just think there could be more done, more awareness brought to the police officer on what hate crime is. And yeah, I just didn't really expect the response that I got. It felt like, and he even showed me a mugshot of the man who attacked me. He knew the man. It felt to me that it wasn't really, to me, honestly, felt like he knew the man, he like cared for him in a way and stuff. And I don't think that's the way we should be going about handling these hate crime cases, because it's eventually going to happen again. It's bound to happen again. And yeah, I'm just not happy with the response that I was dealt with through Officer Sergeant Paul Gooden. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comment, Ms. Burgess?
That will end public comment.
Thank you very much. Chief, thank you for that information. I know that was a lot, and thank the staff for that information as well. So now we will move on to our city manager's report.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So just real quick on COVID, I think everyone knows we're still in phase 1B, tier 1. So that's anybody over age 50, as well as a variety of other sort of subcategories. But the big news is all adults are eligible for vaccination after April 15th. So provided there's enough supply to go around, I mean, everyone's technically eligible to sign up. So that's good news. And, you know, the supply is further going to be hampered by the suspension of the Janssen vaccine, which if it was deployed, it would really speed things up because it's a one and done vaccine as opposed to the 2-dose vaccines that you get with Pfizer and Moderna. So we are in orange tier. That's due to our cases per 100,000, currently under 4. Positivity rate is low, under 2%. So that's yellow, but orange is, of the two criteria, orange is higher. So that wins the day. The other big news around COVID that we've been pushing out is that approximately $32 million in rental and utility payment assistance from prior federal legislation was authorized by the county on April 6th. And we expect applications to go live on the county website April 19th. So the county is dispersing that through a variety of nonprofits. And if anyone goes to the COVID banner on the city website, it links you right to that page where you can apply. Public Works, the bike ped safety project at West School and West Sierra, and also Cypress at West Sierra. The parts are on order and we expect them to be in the field April 26th, and it'll be about a 2-week job to get those stops and pedestrian crossings in. Wayfinding part 2, these are the 11 kiosks at trails and downtown. This would complete the wayfinding project, and the kiosks have interpretive signs, maps showing points of interest, pathways, and business listings. So that's you're going to be seeing that soon, as well as street improvements. We haven't heard back yet on the Quick Strike project, which was a grant that we applied for. We should find out in May if we get that money. That's for La Plaza and West Sierra. We also we also applied for some potential community project funding for 116 and West Cotati. Well, we don't know if we'll get that, but that's in the mix as well. And finally, the community center re-roof project is going to be out to bid here shortly to finally fix the roof on the community center. And so Public Works doesn't have to go up there plugging holes moving trash cans around in really heavy rains. So we're going to be, and I also say that project is also intended to reinforce the structure so the whole roof can hold solar. Water, I'll just cut this short, but basically this year has been the driest year apparently in 109 years since rainfall records have been kept. So we're looking at a dry year, Sonoma Water and all the contractors, including the city of Cotati, are preparing for water reduction measures. And there will be some disparity in sort of usage because upper river is going to have some different probably restrictions than lower river. So when I say upper river, I mean above Healdsburg. Lower river a little different because it's fed from Lake Sonoma as opposed to Lake Mendocino. And community development, just real quick, the Gateway Sign Survey. This is what came to the council, and one of the action items we came away from that meeting with was putting this out to a community survey. So that's it's been out, and we're going to leave it up until April 23rd. We've had 25 responses so far, so that's pretty good. So we're continuing to encourage everyone to take their survey and provide direct input on that gateway sign design. And then the cottage housing ordinance, we had 2 public workshops with the Planning Commission, and we're expecting that will come forward to the council on April 27th, so the next meeting to discuss that. And then objective design guidelines, Planning Commission held a public workshop to review the draft, and the city put that together after receiving more than 100 responses from the community on that. And we're continuing to work on that, and we expect to come back to Planning Commission again for another discussion on May 3rd. So anyway, that's working its way through. That also, as a subcomponent of that, by the way, also includes wireless facility design, just in anticipation of 5G eventually breaking loose. I think, as you know, DOD is sponsoring legislation again to try to expedite 5G deployment, and there's obvious concerns about that. So that's going on also. Police are hosting one of several drop-off sites in Sonoma County for drug drop-offs. That's April 24th, that's Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 216 schools. So that's the community center. It can take tablets, capsules, patches, other solid forms of prescription drugs. It does not take liquids, syringes, or sharps. So, but it does also accept vaping devices and cartridges with batteries removed. So that's April 24th, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the community center. And then recreation on March 24th, we hosted our Bunny Brunch to Go drive-through event, and we were able to serve 120 people. And it was a great event. A lot of people got pictures with the bunny, and it was very nice. The following Thursday on April 1st, we also delivered 40 bunny grams throughout the city. There were baskets filled with stuffed eggs and other goodies, and we've had lots of families continue to express appreciation for ongoing events to celebrate safely, and we look forward to continuing to do more as health orders allow us to. And one of those is looking ahead to summer. Camp Cotati registration is open, and spaces are filling up actually very fast. We're hosting 9 weeks. We're hosting 9 weeks of an in-person camp, and we're also bringing back our CIT program for that. And we're also excited to see the weekly farmers market coming back in June on Wednesday evenings. And in the parks and facility news, we're finalizing the concept plans for the new Cotati Park playground and some of the pathways. We've expanded the scope a bit there, so we'll have one more public workshop on that. And we are now beginning to accept reservations for the Cotati room for private events as permitted through state guidelines. So we're looking forward to a busy and hopefully fun spring and summer with plenty of programs being offered for all ages. And of course, if you have any questions about recreation programming, you always can contact Ashley Wilson at 665-4222 or awilson@cotaticity.org or any of the city's social media accounts. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abid. Any questions from the council at this hour? None? Thank you so much. We will now move on to the city council member reports. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I attended the Health Action Network meeting on April 2nd, and I just have a few things to report out from that. There is an event coming up at Sonoma State on April 19th to April 23rd called the Latino Family Educational Summit. And it seems to be a great event that's going to bring high school students, well, not onto campus it normally would be, but onto Zoom to learn about opportunities for making college a reality. And I'd be happy to share more information about that with anyone who's interested. There was a presentation at Health Action about the ACEs Aware grant that a Sonoma County group has received. Got funding for about $3 million. And they sort of shared the framework for that grant and what it'll be used for, including a sort of closed loop referral system, which sounded really exciting. And last but not least, the Organization of Health Action is going through a redesign this year. We are at the stakeholder engagement stage right now. So in the meeting I attended, they were asking for input on how to make Health Action community-led and collaborative. And they've hired a firm called Collaborative Consulting to work this year on transitioning Health Action to have a different structure and be more community-led. And I'll just cut off there because it's getting late, but if anyone wants more information about that, I'd be happy to type a written summary to have to send out.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwartz. Councilman McCarthy.
Yes, I'll try and be quick. City Manager Obid kind of hit on the water stuff. We approved the water budget at the water advisory meeting on April 5th, and there was quite a lot of talk about the water shortage and the conservation that we may have to go through. So we'll be hearing more of that. They're probably going to have to update their supply order that they go through with the state for how they release water, because we have so little water. So that will probably come in July. So more to come on that. We might have to have a special meeting to do that. On Zero Waste Sonoma, the Waste Management Board, we had a special meeting on the 30th, and we approved an increase for the organics. And there was a bunch of discussion because of the county MOA and how they've capped us when they did the MOA. So there's got to be a lot more work to be able to move that, because as everyone knows, we were not part of that MOA. They did it without us. So we're kind of stopped where we're at on that. So more to come on that. And last but not least, attended the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting, and we are moving along on our sustainability measurements, and we got decisions on 3 more of them. So we're progressing as quickly as we can towards the plan that has to be submitted by January 2022. They will have a first community meeting on the plan on May 19th will be the first meeting. And so in the essence of time, that's it. If you have further questions, I have lots of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I attended the April 1st Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting in Vice Mayor Landon's stead. He was unable to attend, so I took up my alternate post. So Sonoma Clean Power is nearing completion of its alternate energy center, which is an exciting place in downtown Santa Rosa for people looking to save energy and particularly transition to electric. Their new headquarters building is nearing, well, it's getting there. It's got a while ago. Sonoma Clean Power has embarked on a pretty ambitious diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, attempting to use its economic weight to, as they say, repair longstanding wrongs of bigotry, slavery, and misogyny. And it's a pretty impressive, ambitious plan that I think as we start to look as a city at addressing those issues here, we might look to what they've come up with. And the big item at the meeting was the question of whether to sign on to support Assembly bill sponsored by other CCAs and Assemblymember Aggie R. Curry that would make Sonoma Clean Power eligible for some biomass power procurement funding the state already provides. Currently, the investor-owned utilities get it all. And because that program allows woody biomass generated power, there's significant opposition from some local environmental groups. And so there was extensive public comment on that issue and quite a discussion that led to a final decision of the board to support, if amended, so that we could make clear that Sonoma Clean Power has strong concerns about woody biomass power. Those are the big issues on that one.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking my colleague, Councilmember Ford, for attending that meeting. It was a rather controversial and difficult meeting, and I'm told by my colleagues you represented Cotati ably, so I wanted to share that with you, and thank you for that. Apologies, I understand it was a historically long one as well, but it sounds like you had a good outcome. So thank you very much for stepping in, participating so deeply in that. Two quick things from SETA yesterday that are important to Cotati. Number one, we did authorize our executive director to finalize a draft coordination agreement with Bolt Mobility, and this will be for the Sonoma Marin e-bike share program. This will serve smart locations up and down the two counties and essentially act hopefully as something to help with the last mile problem that always is problematic for these type of locations. It will be 300 electric bikes that will be allocated between the two areas. So we have 4 stations here, Santa Rosa, Rohnert Park, Cotati, and Petaluma. There's 5 or 6 in Marin that will likely be used. So we're looking around 10, shall we say. So that's maybe 30 bikes a station. We'll see how they allocate. They've done some survey work with the public, got 500 responses looking for best ideas for most convenient and helpful parking areas to pick up, hubs, if you will, to pick up these bikes and deposit them. So now the work will be working with the various jurisdictions, and that includes us, determine sites on public property for these hubs, and we'll see where it goes. In theory, the idea was to have this done late July. I'm going to say end of summer. We see this in play, probably very late end of summer. Maybe it creeps into the beginning of fall, but relatively soon we'll see this in play. And lastly, of importance to us, Rohnert Park has a long-standing regional mitigation fee program that was put together years ago to cover the impacts in other communities and areas from their development, most notably on traffic, which are pretty sizable. And it was designed to go a certain amount of time. And with the downturn and then COVID, it never really got a chance to get into play because construction didn't happen during most of that. So it was extended. So the bottom line is funds will be available from Rohnert Park for those who need mitigation for 5 years after the issuance of their 1,454th building permit. And why they chose 1,454 permits, that's a question for another time. That's too deep for me tonight, but I thought I'd share that because that is something that we may be looking at sometime in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lemon. And I only have a couple of things to bring out. You saw the information on what's going on with Remit and SIRA in our consent packet tonight, so I won't belabor that. There is a library advisory board coming up next week in Rohnert Park on the 22nd, I believe. And the Chamber of Commerce is holding an event Saturday in the park. And that should be nice to help out the Chamber and some local businesses on that. So with that, I will move on to public comment on non-action agenda items. Do we have any public comment on that?
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Checking with our attendees. Lori Alderman, go ahead.
Just more problems. Mr. Moore's his audio's been very bad for the last like 5-10 minutes. So that's my only comment. Thanks. Bye.
Thank
That
you.
will end public comment.
Thank you very much. We don't have any information after the agenda was posted. Is that correct?
Everything's been posted to the meeting portal. Nothing further.
Now we will move on to closed session and to discuss city labor negotiations, unrepresented employees, and city manager. And at this point, I will open it up for public comment before we move into closed session. If there's any comments.
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, I have a quick comment on item 16C, which is the city manager item. Indicates that the agency representative is the city council. The purpose of this closed session is for the city council to meet with its negotiator. While the agenda item indicates that the entire council is the negotiator, the council should designate one or two council members to serve as the negotiator. If the council were to give direction, those individuals could speak to the manager and negotiate with him. And that's a requirement of the Brown Act. It can be done verbally at this time, despite what is listed on the agenda. So my suggestion might be to have the mayor serve as the negotiator. The council could provide direction if necessary, and then the mayor could discuss matters with Mr. Obid, or the council could choose two representatives to serve as the negotiators.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And that would be something that should be done prior to going into closed session?
Correct. It would be appropriate to do it now, and then if the public wanted to comment on that, they could have the opportunity to do so.
Okay. With that in mind, and previously, I have been on the subcommittee that has worked on the approval and negotiations with our city manager. The last couple of times that this has come up, so I'd be certainly willing to work on that subcommittee. If we have any other council members that would be interested in that, I would certainly entertain that. I would like to volunteer to be on that subcommittee. I did have some conversation with Vice Mayor previously. I don't know if there's still any interest in that.
Like my colleagues, I'm sure my interest to work on another subcommittee is incredibly high, especially at 11 at night. But let me put it this way. If you would like an extra body, Mr. Mayor, to help you with that, and if the council is willing, I'd be happy to be part of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks?
I was, before Vice Mayor Lehman volunteered, I was just going to say the same thing, that if you would like some help, I'd be happy to serve, but I will defer to Vice Mayor Lehman.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brockman?
I should have been quiet a little longer. Thank you, Councilmember Sparks. I'll learn from that example.
Councilmember Ford?
I'm assuming this requires a motion, so it gets in the minutes as a decision.
Correct. So we will need, is that correct, Mr. Brockman?
Yes, I think it would be helpful to make the announcement through a motion.
Do we need public comment first?
Well, I think it would be, I think you could take public comment on the motion and then separately take public comment on the closed sessions.
Okay.
So I move to appoint Mayor Moore and Vice Mayor Landman as our negotiators for the city manager.
This is Councilmember Harvey. I will second that.
A motion is taken on the floor. I'm certainly open that up for public comment at this point.
Mayor Moore, your audio broke up on that. I'm not sure if the
I'm so sorry on that. I indicated that we have a motion and a second on the floor. Prior to a vote, I would be welcome to open that up to public comment.
Mayor Moore, there is no public comment.
Okay, so would you kindly give us a roll call vote, Ms. Burgess?
Councilmember Harvey. Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'd be willing to take any public comment on those closed item issues prior to going into closed session.
Mayor Moore, there appears to be no public comment.
Thank you so much. So we will go into closed session now, and then report out of closed session after that. And then I believe we have another separate invitation for that closed session that we will be addressing.
That's right. There's a separate meeting invite for that, and then we'll return to this meeting to report out. This meeting will stay active.
We'll keep this active, go into our next other Zoom session, and then come back out. So I will see you all in just a few moments, those that are in public session and those that are not. Thank you so much for a long, arduous evening.
Hey, Lauren, I'm back.
Hey, Damon. They'll be back in a couple minutes.
I believe so, yeah.
I'm sorry you had to stay through all this, Lauren.
So is she.
We are back from closed session at 11:38 p.m. and we do not have anything to report out. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn our meeting at 11:38 p.m. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Lauren. You guys have a great night and talk to you
Thank
soon.
you. Good night, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Take care. Be
Bye-bye.
well. Good luck on your recoveries there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you earlier when you were ready to excuse me for feeling ill. I
Oh,
appreciate
not a
that.
problem. If push comes to shove and you need to go, just, send us a text or something and we
Well, can I ask a quick question about the protocol? So if I need to step away for a few minutes, can I just turn my camera off, keep my ears on? Is that okay? Or do we need to take a break for me to step away?
Since Zoom is so new, I don't think we've ever had too many concerns on that. But
Yeah, I mean, normally we would just, pause the meeting if someone needs
Right.
to walk away.
Right. There's not really even a way to give a signal here. So
Yeah, it's kind of like you have
Like
to
that.
interrupt the mayor and say,
Right.
hey, I need to step away for a second.
Well, and if the technology is working well, you can always raise the hand.
Sure.
If my end of the technology is working okay.
yeah. Okay. Thanks
Yeah.
much.
Okay.
Good night.
All right. Good
Good night,
night.
guys.
Take care.